When there's trouble, you know who to call. Da, 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 da. Bosch Video. From his stream deck, he can see it all. Da, 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 da. Bosch Video. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Vosh Video. Teen Titans was pretty cool, wasn't it? It was pretty cool. You know, back in the day, it was pretty cool. I did rewatch a few episodes once, like a couple years ago, because when I originally saw it, I was like 13 or whatever. And I rewatched a few episodes of it after becoming an adult, and I think it wasn't as good in retrospect. Nowhere near as good as like Avatar the Last Airbender, you know? Um, so maybe, yeah. Just as long as you didn't add the word go to the end of it. Are you guys ready for a hot take? Okay? I don't actually think Teen Titans Go is that bad. Some of its episodes were actually kind of bops, and the reason why people hate it so much is because they want it to be the Teen Titans show. They want it to be like a serious anime-inspired, like, overarching storyline thing, rather than like well constructed for the most part. I mean, you know, it's a kids show, but stupid little vignettes. Yeah, they're pretty self-aware, some of the episodes too. Yeah, exactly. It knew what it wanted to be. It didn't just want to like repeat old shit, you know? And I respect that. I respect that. Now, in terms of overall quality, I think that the Teen Titans show we know and love is better. I'm not denying that. I'm only saying like people dump on Teen Titans Go so hard, and they're just doing a different thing, you know? I don't know. It's a very, very different show. I remember one time watching, I don't know if I was in like late high school. Wasn't there an episode about like Raven's legs or something? That episode felt very sexual. I don't know how they got away with that. I remember watching that one time and I was like, is this Adult Swim? I was like confused, you know? They literally had the Titans twerk on Teen Titans Go. Dog, I don't want to shit in your cornflakes, but every children's cartoon character is twerking these days, okay? Because it's a funny haha meme, all right? It's happening all up and down the place, okay? It's not new either. Do you know that in Dexter's laboratory, one time they showed his butt while he was in the shower? And you know why? Because it's funny. Because it's a butt. He's like a little square. That was like in the 90s or whatever. Also, they have fart fetishy stuff on Fairly Odd Parents. The point is, cartoons are full of degeneracy, and children should do nothing but read Calvin and Hobbes. Okay? There we go. Fin- Finally found the take we could all arrive at, okay? There we go. You look very tired today, Lowell. I got up early, you know. I got up early. I had a business meeting with my associates, by which I mean Ryan and Tempest. What is this? What is this discourse? What are we looking at? Can you comment on the land back discourse? Haven't we done this before? I feel like we've done this before. Haven't we done this before? Well, apparently I blocked this person. So that's a good indicator. I'm in favor of eliminating systems of oppression and racism, but not in a way that create working class divisions. Are you saying you want a system in which North America is exclusively controlled by POC? Yes. Yeah, I'm opposed. So you're not for decolonization. Got it. I'm opposed to exclusive POC control of North America. I'm in favor of working class control. Okay, I can explain this very easily. Are you guys ready? Sometimes people on Twitter are unironically racist against white people because they think it's a personality. These people aren't happy. They're not healthy. Pity them. Don't engage. Okay? There you go. All you need to do. All you need to say. That's all you need. That's all you need. I wouldn't worry about it, folks. Do you think the hippy dippy results were fair? I don't know. I wasn't following it. I'm living my life right now. I'm living my best life, okay? And the best life that we're going to be living is we are going to briefly do a debate review. I don't think this is going to be a segment, but this is part of our prep for debating Charlie Kirk in like 2 weeks. God. Charlie Kirk hasn't done many debates, which is one of the reasons why I'm so curious he agreed to debate me. It makes me feel like this is an ambush, but here's him versus Kyle Kulinski back in 2019, so 2 years ago. Let's give it a look.
Debate, so shall we get started, guys? And my name is Stephen Olikar. I'm the founder and president of the Millennial Action Project. We're a nonpartisan organization working with the next generation of elected officials.
Yeah, they bring in Sam Cedar to debate me. Yeah. Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare! As he like slowly rises up from behind Tim Pool's desk.
To bridge the partisan divide and strengthen our democracy. So it's a real pleasure to be here to moderate this debate. So shall we get started, guys? Sure. Yeah. So we have 2 rules.
Kind of quiet. Let me hold on.
The first rule is that we will not be shouting over each other so the audience can hear what you're saying.
Here, I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to have this playing while we play games. I'll just pause it as needed.
The second rule is that I'm going to pose a question to one of you, and you'll have an opportunity to rebut the last statement, and then I'll give you each one more response. You'll have a maximum of 2 responses. That'll help us move on to the next topic. So this debate is going to focus
at least have it in the corner.
On
it's literally just
topics:
like a static camera.
economy,
they're like 2 stick figures.
Culture, and international issues. And we'll see where that takes us. Are you guys ready? Let's do it. Have you guys ever debated each other before?
Well, we were on a panel together last year, and the point of the panel was, how are you going to get along? So we actually were able to agree that Saudi Arabia is bad, and locking up people for nonviolent offenses is also a bad thing. So there were some points of agreement.
Death penalty.
The video was loud. Oh my god, you people, why do you want picture-in-picture so badly? Oh my god, fine. Here, fine. You want picture-in-picture? Fine, let's be Destiny, okay? Sure, I don't care. 1 second.
Penalty too. So there were points of agreement, but we'll see, tonight if we agree as much. Doubt it. We're going to get into some specifics. So
I think we're agreeing on too much right now. Let's get into the debate. All right, let's start with the economy. So since Trump has been in office, unemployment has continued to go down. Job creation has stayed at a pretty high clip. On the other hand, there's an issue with wages, and just recently, the federal government came out with its deficit numbers for the last fiscal year, and it showed there's about a $1 trillion deficit, which is the highest since 2012. So I will start with Charlie. Do you think the Trump economy is doing well for the middle class, given those numbers, doing well for the next generation that might inherit that deficit? And do you think
you can't see anything? Why would you want the video? Yeah, that's an excellent question. Why would you want the video when no information is being provided? Absolutely none. It's too small. It covers information on a game that has quite a few menu UI options. No, fuck all of you. Fuck you, you stupid fucking ableism. No, we are playing it normally. Shut up.
So there were points of agreement, but we'll see, tonight if we agree as much. Doubt it. We're going to get into some specifics. So
I think we're agreeing on too much right now. Let's get into the debate. All right, let's start with the economy. So since Trump has been in office, unemployment has continued to go down. Job creation has stayed at a pretty high clip. On the other hand, there's an issue with wages, and just recently, the federal government came out with its deficit numbers for the last fiscal year, and it showed there's about a $1 trillion deficit, which is the highest since 2012. So I will start with Charlie. Do you think the Trump economy is doing well for the middle class, given those numbers, doing well for the next generation that might inherit that deficit? And do you think the tax cuts are just a short-term boost of, is it like a sugar rush, or is it going to lead to long-term prosperity?
Right. I mean, look, we have the best economy in American history thanks to President Donald Trump. And look, we're seeing the lowest ever black unemployment rate, lowest Latino unemployment rate, lowest Asian American unemployment rate, lowest black poverty rate. We're seeing wages actually going up. So under President Obama, for the last 3 years of his presidency, the European economy and the American economy were basically the same, almost to the 5 decimal points. You couldn't distinguish between the two. The day President Trump got inaugurated, all of a sudden you saw explosive economic growth.
The day?
So under the last 18 months of President Barack Obama, we had about 1.5% GDP growth. President Trump doubled that after his first year in office, and we got even more than that. We went as high as 4.2% in 1 quarter last year. As far as average earnings, so under President Obama, the last 23 months of his presidency, average wages went up about $1.30 an hour, more or less. Under President Donald Trump, over the 2.5 years in his presidency, wages have gone up to $2.30 an hour, almost $1 increase, about 40% on average. Every single metric you could possibly look to in the economy is going in a positive direction. And it's because of renewal of the American spirit, deregulation of our economy, and the other thing that we don't talk about enough, and something that Kyle, I think, will appreciate because we both don't like foreign occupation and foreign war, President Trump has finally made this country energy independent.
So this is one of the things that we have to watch out for with Charlie Kirk. He tries not to come off like a total neocon, you know? He'll hamper on this, you know, we don't want foreign war, you know? We don't want, like, unlimited, global interference, like anti-globalist stuff, you know? I have to wonder, though, like, how hard would he commit to the deregulation angle? I feel like you could hammer him on that pretty hard. Like, you're touting deregulation, so you just want corporations to have more power in our lives? That's like, you think that's a win? Like, the corporate, like, wow, GDP go up, corporations get stronger, that's a win for you, Charlie Kirk? I wonder how hard you could hit him on that. He's probably been hit on that before. I feel like this guy oscillates between whether or not he wants to pretend to be like a pro-free market guy, you know? That could be a good thing to hit him on.
That we don't have to buy our oil as much from the Middle East thanks to what? Fracking, natural gas, and innovative technology that a lot of people on the left want to outlaw and completely get rid of. We are now, for the first time in American history, exporting more oil than we are importing. So we don't have to buy oil from maniacs in the Middle East that hates our guts and entire civilizations and theocracies that want to destroy America.
Maniacs Donald Trump is on good terms with.
A lot. And look, the broader picture is here, is that the economy is so good that even President Barack Obama is trying to take credit for it, right? I mean, we are seeing an economic renaissance, the likes of which is historic and unprecedented. We were through an economic malaise under President Barack Obama, and now we are seeing prosperity that is totally amazing. And whoever's the credit...
So the good hit, I think the good hit back on this is, again, like the GDP argument. Well, are you like one of those corporatists or like neoliberals who think they're like neocons who think that GDP is like the entire sum of people's experiences? What about like underemployment, you know? What about like what about this metric? What about that metric? What about like the fact that like 75% of Americans can't afford a $300 emergency without going into debt? Like, what does that mean to you, you know? You talk about GDP, but you sound as out of touch as like the Wall Street coastal executives you claim to hate. I'm trying to think, like, what are the lines you can use, you know?
For it, Kyle, we can debate that back and forth, but the results are not to be debated. I have a packet of the most amazing economic success you could possibly imagine. It's a good thing that we have the lowest black unemployment, Latino unemployment, Asian unemployment, disabled unemployment, lowest ever black poverty rate. My favorite statistic, I'll close with this, 6 million people are no longer on food stamps, and now in the labor market, that's 6 million people that don't have to go get food stamps anymore, thanks to President Donald Trump.
Wasn't a lot of that just because, like, the welfare state was cut back? Like, 6 million fewer people were getting food stamps because the government wasn't giving them food stamps, not because their economic outcomes were that much better, you know? Like, wow, cutting back on the welfare state means fewer people are on the welfare state. That's incredible for everyone but them, I guess.
All right, Kyle, your response. Okay, so there's a lot there. I'll try to make my response relatively short here. I don't think the way that we measure the economy, the metrics that are typically used by mainstream media, I don't think they're good metrics. I think they're absolutely terrible metrics. I think that when you look at something like the unemployment rate, okay, I'll give him partial credit for that unemployment rate going down, but then you also have to give Obama partial credit for that as well, because he did dig us out of the hole of that Great Recession. But basically, listen, the point is, Donald Trump used to bring up this thing called the U6 unemployment rate. Now, the U6 unemployment rate is a more accurate reflection of what the real unemployment rate in the country is. I mean, I'm sure you guys remember back to the primary season.
Not necessarily
like,
true,
the actual unemployment rate is really more something like 10%, 15%. You would always kick that number up because Donald Trump was kind of right. The way we calculate it is nonsense. So when you look at the real unemployment rate, I actually should say the official one is 3.5%. The U6 unemployment rate is 6.9%, so it's significantly higher
69.
than what's often touted by mainstream media. And you have to include the discouraged workers, you have to include the people who work on and off, and people who are part-timers who want to be full-timers. So there's this whole category called the underemployed, and that's another 22 million people. You have 8.6 million people officially categorized as working poor in this country. You have, this fact always gets me, I think it's incredible that 78% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck.
Oh man, he's got
78%.
It's like
That's
he can
nothing
hear me
to
from
write
the
home
past.
about. And thank you, yes. And listen, half of workers.
This is the big line that you can hit them on, okay? So it is true that we had a decent economy under Trump, but a lot of that was just because, like, Obama did a lot of stuff that pulled us out, and Trump wasn't stupid enough to fuck it up that much, you know? That's the, that was kind of the ticket to a lot of our economic growth. So with regards to that, like, good counter-arguments are, like, okay, it's just weird that when Obama's in office, you're willing to make all these substantive criticisms, you know? Like, yeah, well, underemployment's still up. You know, the real unemployment is still this number. You know, people are still struggling. Jobs are still being outsourced, et cetera, et cetera. But then Trump comes into office, and all of a sudden you're touting the exact same, completely uncritical praise that you were criticizing Democrats for enacting, you know? Like, why are you part of the muck? You're, like, part of the deep state, you know? Like, you have all these big, ambitious, like, talking points when you're not in power, but then as soon as you're in power, it goes right back to the exact same, like, you know, overdone, like, nothing arguments, you know? I kind of want to take this. I'll take this. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand where I'm coming from on that? Hopefully you do. Oh, for those of you who don't know, we're playing as Tainted Apollyon with this cool little red spinny. Basically, the way he works is that he has an Abyss item down in the bottom right that he keeps with him the whole game. If you don't like an item, you can Abyss it, and it turns it into a red locust. That's the ones that are following me. They travel with my tiers, they stay with you the whole game, and they do quite a bit of damage. So if you don't like an item, you can turn it basically into like an extra tier that follows you around.
Make $30,000 a year or less, and 40% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency. So actually, what I would have agreed with you on if you presented it this way is, man, Obama kind of sucked, but so does Trump.
That's a good line from Kyle. This is one of the avenues where Kyle's like default kind of like anti-establishment no matter what approach is actually pretty effective. It actually works really well against Charlie Kirk types. I don't know how this is going to pan out later because I haven't seen this debate, but like at the moment, this feels like a really good base response. I'll take that for the 4 Soul Hearts.
6 unemployment is lower under Trump than it was under Obama. So even if I were to take your argument, U6 unemployment is lower. Number 2, we have more job openings than we have actually people to fill it. Because of that, we are seeing wages go up, and I can prove it. So this is one of the most amazing statistics. Average income for under Bush, Obama, and Trump. So under 8 years of George W. Bush, average middle-class income, because you focus on middle-class earners, people that need money for an emergency, the backbone of our country, middle-class income went only $500 up under 8 years of President George W. Bush. It went up $1,000 over 8 years under Barack Obama. $5,000 in 2.5 years under President Donald Trump. $5,000. These are middle-class folks. So, Kyle, you're going to find agreement that people are indeed still trying to get ahead in America. I'm not going to say we're living through perfection, but boy, has President Donald Trump created the best economy in American history, especially for middle-class earners. And I'll say, you mentioned the working poor. So how does one help the working poor? Is it by taking money from job creators and entrepreneurs and risk takers?
This is another one, like, you claim to speak for the common man. You use terms like job creators and risk takers for business owners. Like, how are you any of a replacement to like the corporate elite? Like, you mimic their language, you mimic their aesthetics. Your fucking daddy got you the job that you have. Like, you used to not support Trump back in 2016, but when he won, you fell in line, and now you suck his cock every chance you get? How are you any different from them? Like, you're selling the exact same phony, I'll say whatever I can to make it to the top story that they all do, you know? I feel like the anti-establishment is what's going to hit hardest with this guy, you know? We're talking about critical race theory, not Trump, but, like, stuff like this sticks out to me. What are the trends? What are the aesthetics, you know?
I'd say yes. I would say no. I'd say the best way to help people that honestly need the help in our society, and President Donald Trump has demonstrated this, is through a robust and booming economy. And that's why one of the most amazing statistics is the poverty rate. I mentioned that. The black poverty rate is the lowest it has ever been. Poverty is a holistic measurement of income, of debt, of likelihood to graduate high school. The entire picture is the...
So here's a question, by the way. So people like Charlie Kirk will deny the fact that the black unemployment rate being higher is an indication of systemic racism, but then they'll tout the black unemployment rate anyway. So what does that mean? Like, you can't take credit for a low black unemployment rate in one hand and then be like, oh, well, actually, the differences in the unemployment rate don't mean anything. It's just like, whatever, it's hard work. Are you suggesting, like, are black people, like, working harder under Trump? What is the argument that's being made? What's the point? It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it.
The lowest it's ever been in recorded history in the black community. And that's something really to be said, Kyle.
I don't play identity politics, so don't bring up black or Asian. Just tell me what the actual rate is.
Look, these are numbers.
That's good.
That's perfectly fair. So how about this? How about urban unemployment is the lowest it's ever been?
That's another word for black, Charlie.
Oh, man, dude. Imagine thinking that would sell well, dude. Not black, urban unemployment. Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. When you know why Charlie Kirk dropped out of university? I know why, okay? It's because he met with his black dean. The black dean came in with a handshake. He tried to go in for a fist bump and ended up awkwardly grazing the dean's ring finger and, like, brushing past his wedding ring. And after that, he dropped out of embarrassment. That's what happened, okay? He could be found in a bar angrily ranting over the countertop later, talking about how he thought an urban handshake would be appreciated. God damn, dude. Did you know that Charlie Kirk applied for West Point, the military officers academy, got rejected, and then claimed that the person who got his position did so through affirmative action? They were a different gender, a different race, and they got lower scores. But how could he know their scores? And later, when asked about it, he said he was being sarcastic to the New Yorker, which, like, so you don't get a job and your first response is to say, oh yeah, some, like, black woman got it. And that's, like, a joke? That's not indicating anything underlying? Like, there's not... That's the joke? Yeah, the joke is just, like, being racist.
The same way. The same thing in a different way.
You want to? You say don't want to play identity politics?
We might have missed
perfectly
this.
fine. These are numbers that are, by the way, published by the Congressional Budget Office. These are numbers. And by the way, Kyle, I look forward to you now supporting the complete and total deletion of the Congressional Black Caucus. Now that you're on record saying that you don't like identity politics, so.
If free people want to
by the sword, you die by the sword.
let me just say, because you brought that up. If free people want to associate and form whatever groups they want, that's perfectly fine.
Well, if free
But
people
you want to
use
reference
statistics, they should be able to use whatever statistics they want.
All right, Charlie.
So Charlie Kirk's best argument against accusations of idpol are you do idpol too. Okay, that's a weak point of his. All right, I'll keep that in mind. At least that wasn't 2019.
Let me just say, the only thing I'll say in response to what you said is you like to bring up the average number. Jeff Bezos and I have an average net worth of $50 billion.
Okay, I'll let you finish what you were saying, then we'll go to Kyle.
So you mentioned the tax cut, which I'm really, happy to talk about. 22 million Americans, 22 million families, I'm sorry, so over 80 million Americans have an extra $1,000 in their pocket this year, thanks to the largest middle-class tax cut in American history.
By the way, did you guys know that Trump's tax cuts actually partially revoked after his presidency ended? What is it, starting in 2022? That lower and middle class taxes start to go back up, but it stays low for the rich? Like, holy fuck. Seriously, it's like, hey, we all get a tax cut. Woo. By the way, middle and lower class ones temporary. The rich ones forever. Have fun. That's bullshit. Yeah, it's a little bullshit. I'd say it's a little bit of a fucky wucky moment, if I do say so myself. Thank you.
This is one of the most misrepresented pieces of legislation in our country's history. I have to listen to the Democrats time and time again say this was a handout for corporations and a handout for the richest of these. That is incorrect. This is the largest, most successful middle-class tax cut in American history. Fact, a family of 4 with an annual income of $73,000, which is the median family income in America, saw a tax cut of more than $2,000, a 58% reduction in taxes, thanks to President Donald J. Trump. And so you care about...
Wait, I'm sorry, a 58% reduction in taxes? I don't think households that pay $73,000 a year pay, what would that be, $3,500 in taxes? I don't think that's a 58% reduction in taxes paid. I would have to look over... Those numbers are pre-COVID. None of it matters. We're looking at old stuff. I'm here to look at rhetoric, not arguments. I want to see what type of stuff Charlie Kirk is vulnerable to. It seems like Charlie Kirk is vulnerable to populism. Here's another good one that I really want to use, okay? Inevitably, I feel like tech giants are gonna come up, you know, like tech censorship or whatever. And I'm going to say something like, yeah, you know, I'm so anti-tech giant. Not only... do I want there to be stronger regulations on their ability to, like, track and sell user data? I also want to tax the owners of these companies into hell. I want to tax them so hard that they physically are pushed into hell. Do you support massive taxes on the tech elite, Charlie Kirk? And, of course, he has to say no, of course. Oh, so you're talking... So you want to betray one of your principles, that is minimal government regulation, and not both of your principles, which is minimal government regulation and low taxes then. Okay, so all right. I didn't know which threshold you were willing to cross. Something like that, you know? It's really, really... So there are counter-arguments that you could produce to stuff like that, but it's not easy. Stop, he's probably listening. No, I don't think Charlie Kirk is listening. But it'd be kind of funny if he was, right? Like... huge conservative figure, and he's like, what is this YouTuber preparing, you know? That'd be kind of funny. Yes, yeah, don't worry. We're talking about this right now because he has a conference today, and oh my god. Oh my god. He just went off early. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Charlie Kirk, what a fucking nightmare. Alright, let's not wear the meme thin. Okay.
Middle-class workers. I care about middle-class workers. President Donald Trump has actually delivered results and success for the people that we care about, the middle part of this country that trusted them with their vote for the first time in a long time. I'm so proud that this president is able to say, I've made life better for people that both parties have turned their back on for so long.
Okay, so...
I should probably bring that up too, right? The fact that the tax cuts expired. I could be like, you know, this isn't the first little bit of phony populism you've done, Charlie. Remember when you were touting the tax cuts as some big win for the middle class, and you, like, completely ignored the fact that the ones were set to expire? Coincidentally, right after Trump's term ended. But wealthy stayed low. Remember that? I remember that. That'd be good. Okay, I gotta stop pausing.
Here we go. Now, so if you want the truth about that tax cut bill, let's talk about it. First of all, will I give credit in certain areas? Absolutely, because I'm not a hack. So when it comes to, I'm not saying you are, by the way, I'm just saying that I'm not one.
Thank you, Tom.
So the good parts of that bill, the child tax credit went from $1,000 to $2,000. That's something we can agree on.
Good.
That's a good thing. The standard deduction was increased. That's a good thing as well. By the way, I like how we're both super tall and these mics are so low. It's so awkward to have to...
It's got to be like that presidential, like, to keep leaning over.
Oh yeah, shit. Charlie Kirk's tall. I'm gonna need to wear platform shoes.
That's the stuff I agree with. Here's the bad part, okay? In 1952, the corporate tax rate, it accounted for 33% of all federal tax revenue. Okay, you understand that? So the corporate tax accounted for 33% of all federal tax revenue. Today, corporate taxes only bring in about 8% of that federal revenue. So that means a giant tax cut for corporations. Trump looked at that and said, we should give them a bigger cut. So the rate went from 35% to 21%. That cost more than $1.3 trillion. Also, this bill scrapped a little thing called the alternative minimum tax.
Yeah, I'm 6'2".
So what that means is that if there's a rich person who's got a team of lobbyists and a team of accountants trying to help them dodge taxes, okay, let's say they get that rate down to 14%, their effective rate. The alternative minimum tax says, no, you have to pay a minimum of 25%. You can't deduct below that 25% number. This bill got rid of that because it wants the ultra rich to take all the money and run out the back door. If this bill was not for helping the rich, then why is it that they took the estate tax, which only applies to people with God?
Wait, Charlie Kirk is 5'7"? He looks pretty tall in the video, and Kyle Kalinski's a tall guy, right? And he said we're both pretty tall. It's hard to tell from the perspective of the video. So I'll mog him, is what you're saying? Okay, good. We don't have to wear platform shoes then. We just have to establish a natural mogging of everyone we debate. I'm seeing mixed answers. Well, he's not taller than 6'2", is he? It's very, very important, okay? It's essential to my debate strategy.
Damn estates. And they said, hey, $5.5 million is the line. How about we make that $11 million? So in other words, a tax that only impacted the rich, he said, well, you know, let's cut that one quite a bit as well. And furthermore, and the most important point about this bill is that people making $75,000 a year or less will actually see a tax increase over a decade. So what happened was all of the tax cuts for regular people, all the tax cuts for you, they're temporary, but the tax cuts for corporations and the rich, they're permanent.
Yeah.
I'll let you respond in the context.
We have
because
swallowed
I understand
Penny,
the
so it's
economy,
good for
because
us.
we both addressed a lot of the key points. But one point
You don't even need to be here. We could just keep going.
But one point we did not address is the deficits and the debt. So if you can just address that in your response as well.
I mean, you're going to find no disagreement that the debt and deficit is one of the most urgent issues of our time. And look, President Trump has submitted budget after budget to Congress that would balance over 5 to 10 years. And look, Kyle will and I will agree on this. One of the ways that we can balance our budget is ending these silly and reckless and morally objectionable foreign occupations of countries that we shouldn't be in. We can agree on. And by the way, 2 things to this, done with an elite force of foreign fighters thanks to President Trump's asymmetrical foreign policy. The leader of ISIS is dead in the last 24 hours. That's the thing that we should applaud. And by the way, that was done with an elite fighting force, no need for a foreign occupation. We can both applaud, the death of an ISIS leader that was totally and completely evil. And so, look, the debt and deficit, I'll tell you, we need dramatic spending cuts, and we need to, shrink the size and scope of government. We can talk about that at length. I think we're here tomorrow to talk about things that are happening in real time with President Donald Trump. I want to make 3 points about what Kyle said about the tax bill. Number 1, Republicans in Congress tried to make the tax cuts permanent, and the Democrats objected to it. They filibustered it, and they never allowed it to happen. That's number 1. So I agree that the tax cuts were not permanent for the middle-income workers, but it was the Democrats that prevented it from actually becoming permanent in the last 18 months.
Is that true? Were the sunset clause from the Democrats? If that's the case, I can't use this. Hold on. It's the Tax Cuts and Job Act. Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Let me see this. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Is Charlie always pretty formal / civil in debates? Nah, he gets angry pretty easy. The goal's gonna make him get super angry. That's gonna be really funny. Hold on. If we can get him really mad. Let's see. Can I get the Wikipedia page on this? I just want to... There we go. Okay. Wow, that is a long page. Do we have sunset listed anywhere here? No, of course we don't. What about the word expire? Many tax cut provisions, especially income tax cuts, will expire in 2025, and starting in 2021 will increase over time. The Senate was only able to pass the bill with only 51 votes without the need to defeat a filibuster under the budget reconciliation process. So where's the evidence that Democrats are responsible for the expiration? Why would Democrats ever agree to middle-class taxes being lower during Trump's term, but then going back up just in time for a potential Democrat president? There's no benefit for them at all. At all, like, zero. Dems in 2017 had 0 powers. They were so marginalized, he's lying. Yeah, but it was still a close call in the Senate, so I'm just wondering, why did that happen? So he fucking lied? I mean, he lies all the time, but I want to find this out for sure. Hold on. Yeah, I understand that it passed through reconciliation, but what I'm looking to find right now is if there was another version of this bill that didn't have the sunset clause that Democrats were more opposed to or something. No, there was no filibuster. He was lying about the filibuster, okay? There was no filibuster. The ugly sunset of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I'll look at this later. I don't see any evidence of this being, like, the fault of Democrats. Yeah, it's hard to fact-check liars. One of the big problems with Charlie Kirk is going to be keeping him off his talking points. He's going to want to spin off into 40 points at a time. Republicans made individual tax cuts temporary so they could meet the budget rules that let them pass their tax overhaul with no Democratic vote. I see. Okay. So the reason why they made the middle class ones temporary was so they could go through the budget reconciliation process and avoid a filibuster. I see. So in a way, they did do it to avoid the Democrats shooting it down. But on the other hand, if they wanted to trip past the budget reconciliation process, they also could have made the wealthy have temporary tax cuts. They made the choice to make it temporary for middle class and poor people, and the choice to keep it permanent for businesses and for wealthy people. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Number two, you talk about corporate tax rates and the percentage of the budget. Well, for those of us that understand and have studied the Laffer curve, we're actually seeing revenues go up. We have record numbers of revenues in the federal government go up because...
Why is the deficit growing? Of revenues?
It's going because we're also increasing spending on ridiculous foreign occupation wars, something that I'm against. Okay, so we'll agree on that. We're increasing spending, but we're also cutting taxes, so I'm a big believer that we should cut taxes and cut government. So if you're going to... My philosophy is quite consistent. I think that it's better in the people's money when they earn it, it's not government's money to take it. But the second thing I want to make is this, is that the size of the corporate tax rate, as it was lowered, so it was lowered from 38% to about 22%, we're actually seeing...
This is every fucking debate with somebody like Charlie Kirk, man. They always control the flow of the discussion because they get to say like 70 incorrect things. And then you have to take your time responding to all of them. I think the Chad move, is to, like, respond to one and then just ignore the rest of them and ask them a direct question. And if they don't answer it, just ask them again. I think you have to, because otherwise they dictate the pace of the entire conversation forever, and there's no chance to ever be on the offensive because they're saying so much dumb shit. They'll just lie to you, too. Like, you need to... Oh, sick. We also are trying to go for Megastan, so let's, You need to be able to push past it. That's one of the hardest parts of debating bad faith actors. It's realizing you don't need to respond to every single claim or correct every single lie. Because you can't. You can't do it. It's not possible. Why didn't I go down the alt floor? I'm a fucking moron. Take that. They could counter-argue that you're basically doing the weakest link fallacy by doing the other points you didn't address. Yeah, and I could just say that they're doing a Gish Gallop. They'll be saying like 70 dumb things every time they get the mic. They make it impossible for me to like frame the discourse in like any way favorable to me. The answer to that is easy. You think I'm going after the weakest link? Then just give me one strong link every time you speak, and we'll work off that. That's the easy answer. Oh, you don't want me to take your weakest link? Okay, then shut up. Give me one, and we can work with it. You're the one giving me a weak-ass chain to fuck with, okay? That's on you. All right.
Compliance go up. So you cited the 1950s. So the 1950s tax rate was marginally ineffective, two different things, but it was only over 90%, right? And
No, I'm talking about the corporate tax. I wasn't talking about the marginal tax rate.
Oh, you're not individual. Okay, I stand corrected. Then the individual, the corporate tax was about 40%, 50% in the 1950s. But
Right, it accounted for 33% of all federal tax rates.
Right, so now we don't have the numbers yet in, but it was 8% last year. It's projected to exceed over 13 to 15% because now corporations are complying with the actual federal tax rates, because that's what happens when you lower the tax rates. Less people put their money overseas, and more people comply with the actual laws on the books.
That sounds like mega cope to me. I'd need to see evidence of that. I've never heard that claim. Actually, by lowering the corporate tax rate, we're making them pay more because, like, it makes they feel like they're being treated fairly, so, like, it makes them want to pay more, you know? That sounds like some fucking giga cope. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some trend there, maybe by, like, a percentage point or two of revenue, but not enough to make up the shortfall. Not even close.
Hold on, I want to get into some philosophy really quick.
Let me respond just real quick. The effective rate went from 23% to 12%, so that's not true. The effective rate went down under Donald Trump.
Corporation or individual?
Corporate.
12% for corporate tax rate?
Yes, the effective corporate tax rate went from 23% to 12%.
It should be 0%, but yeah.
Why the claps?
That's a very unpopular position. Please proceed.
And I'm happy to elaborate on it. This is a bigger philosophical point, and this is where Kyle and I will find no agreement whatsoever, respectfully. Is it our money or is it government's money? And that's a really important discussion to have, because you frame this.
So I've been thinking of rhetoric a lot lately. I feel like Charlie Kirk in particular is really vulnerable to this, but like, I'm gonna make two really quick arguments, and I want you guys to tell me which one comes off more effective in your mind when talking to somebody like Charlie Kirk, okay? So Charlie Kirk says, I think people should keep the money they make and make money they keep. I don't want the government getting involved in people's lives, making them dependent on welfare, okay? And I can make like one of two arguments. And the first argument I could make is something like, look, I care about optimal outcomes, okay? And, you know, if you take a look at the effect that welfare has, it overall leads to a general increase in prosperity. It leads to the ability for people to hold their breath and take some time while looking to get another job. It gives them the opportunity to learn new job skills. It's just overall beneficial for their... Like, I could go on like that. I feel like I could also do something like, listen to this, okay? Charlie Kirk, millionaire, all right? Elite, telling you the government's doing too much for you. Is that the impression you get, like, day to day? Like, you wake up every day and you think, yeah, not only is the government done enough for me, they're doing too much. I'm getting the bang for my buck when it comes to my tax dollar, okay? There will always be people like Charlie Kirk telling you to settle for less, telling you it's in your best interest, telling you that it's good for you to have less, to demand less, to be quiet, to shut up, okay? But I say no. I pay my taxes. I want to see those dividends back. Period. I want that to come back to the American people. Now, to me, the second one is always going to ring better, even though the first one is technically a better set of arguments. It's hardcore, like, populist drivel. It's still something I believe. I'm not lying, but it's, like, all rhetoric as opposed to, an appeal to, like, actual argumentation. With somebody like Charlie Kirk, I feel like that's the only opportunity I have. I mean... First one sounds like you're trying to kiss my dad. The second one sounds like you've already fucked him. Thank you. I appreciate the evocative analogy. You guys get the point that I'm trying to make. It sucks because, like, I like the data listing, but it just doesn't work with people like that. It's a fucking waste of time. Which one is this? Is this D4? What does this one do? No, the Eternal D6. Oh, this is the Lost item. Cool. I didn't know you could obtain this normally. Wouldn't the natural response to that argument be, then why give it to the government in the first place? You can pull that one out too. Best time to be a worker in this country was back in the 40s and 50s. Government used your tax dollars to do and build things that corporations had no incentive to do. From building roads and highways across the nation to connecting electrical lines and building out infrastructure and sewage, far as you can see. That's stuff that the government does not for us, but because we make it. Charlie Kirk isn't asking you to be more independent. He's asking you to be more complacent. Something like that. I feel like, how would you even respond to that if you were Charlie? I don't know if you could really respond to that. That feels like a... Especially since he tries to push for the populist angle. I feel like that'd be an almost unassailable point if it was done correctly, you know? You enunciated and... Yeah. The response is, that's not an argument. I don't think I'm going to get that from him. It is an argument, though, and it's true. There are great works projects that the government can facilitate that corporations don't. Corporations are burdened by a profit motive. All they care about is making more money. The government, we can force into doing things. And if he says, oh yeah, when has the government ever listened to us? I would say, thank you, Charlie, a person who has worked with a former president, for reminding us that you are not someone we want to trust with government power. A person who all but admits they have no intention whatsoever of listening to the American people. I feel like at this point I'm shower arguing, but like, this could be effective if done well. Please go with the data citing. Mr. Grow, I love the data citing, but I need to do that when Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool viewers come to my channel, okay? You have to understand, data citing with a person like Charlie Kirk live in a debate doesn't work. It doesn't work the way you want it to. You'll give these points, and then it'll just ignore it, and it'll just go to another set of things. Then you have to like, but you're failing to consider this, and they'll just, it's all a rhetoric game. Charlie Kirk is not a good faith actor. Rhetorically dominates so you can get enough people to listen to the arguments afterwards. That's what you got to do.
As the creation of wealth is somewhat of a bad thing. I'm not going to try to mislabel what you're saying, but just because someone got rich does not mean anyone got poor. In order to get rich in a market society means you have to employ people, you have to have a good idea, you have to voluntarily sell it over a long period of time, people have to purchase that product, you have to continue to prove yourself, you have to probably buy property or rent property, you have to get money flowing through the economy. Just because someone got rich does not mean they went around and stole the money away from people.
This is so easy to use against him.
Requires innovation, entrepreneurship, something that makes every single person in this room richer. So when someone gets rich in a market society, they did not pillage and plunder and get that money with putting guns to people's heads. Instead, they were creative, they were entrepreneurs, and they were innovative, something that should be rewarded. And so that's where the philosophical difference is. You look at wealth creation as something that might be bad. I don't want to mislabel it, but your preferred presidential candidate says billionaires should not exist. I believe that
this is the crowd I want, man.
Using an iPhone that goes to Amazon.com and uses Google and Facebook, your life has been made better thanks to the profit incentive that only someone that can become a billionaire.
Oh, dude, listen to this. Before conservatives started getting banned from Twitter and started screeching about big tech, they talked about Google and Amazon and Facebook like pieces of evidence for the success of our economy. Listen to that. Before they got word from on high that complaining about big tech was the next thing they were going to make a moral panic out of, they were celebratory. That's kind of funny to like listen back onto, you know, and go like, oh yeah, they are shiftless weasels with no consistent set of principles. And they're totally okay with the complete conglomeration of power in media, as long as they're not getting banned for TOS violations.
Is made possible. A market economy is the greatest, most assured way to create wealth for all people. Socialism is much more about hating the rich than helping the poor. I yield my time to Kyle.
Okay, well, allow me to steal from your favorite, well, he's president now, but wrong. So, look, I just want to test your theory real quick on wealth creation here. So, I'm going to give you two facts. I just want a yes or no answer. Jeff Bezos has over $150 billion. There are 50,000 homeless veterans in this country. If you could take 1% of his money to end homelessness for veterans, would you do it?
I hope he gives it voluntarily. I will not put a gun to his head.
That's a no.
That's what I mean, dude. Even if you could fit that, this is your priority, okay? You claim to care about America, you claim to care about vets, and you're like, no, dude, I would let millions die. I would let the world burn before I raise taxes on the wealthy by even a single cent, you know? I love it. I love that. This is honesty, by the way. I mean, at least he's being upfront. Now with this phony populism shit he's been doing lately is way more dishonest. But back here, he's like, yeah, I literally don't have any politics besides, like, rich people making more money.
You're right. First of all, that's a false choice. That's a false choice. choice. Let me tell you why.
It's a hypothetical, not a false choice.
Of billions of dollars to try to solve homelessness by taking money from the rich over the last 40 years. You want to solve homelessness? Stop electing Democrats. The city likes Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle.
Weak. He bailed out of the hypothetical. It made him look terrible.
You have 500,000 homeless people. That makes no sense.
I don't actually love Amazon or Jeff Bezos, but you're starting to make me like him even more throughout the course of the debate.
Look
Jeff
at this.
Bezos did not make his money going around city to city with automatic machine guns stealing people's money away. Half this room probably uses Amazon on a weekly basis. You have to be innovative. You have to be an entrepreneur. He employs hundreds of thousands of people.
And now all they do is say, like, they have an unfair monopoly. This is what government regulation is for. Nothing has changed since between now and then. They just have no principles. They will just say anything. It's insane. I don't know how people can be fans of these guys. Like, is there some... You know, maybe conservatives have access to some kind of, like bodily function that I don't have, okay? Did you know that when your eyes change the direction in which they are facing, you actually don't see, for that brief moment, your pupils are flitting? You can't actually see the blur. If you watch another person's eyeballs move, you can see their eyeballs moving. But when you move yours, you just see the first place you're looking at, and then the second place you're looking at. That's because your brain deletes the visual info while your eyeballs are moving. It's better for your sense of stability and balance for you to not have that blurry shit going on all the time. Maybe that's what conservatives have for their political opinions. They have some kind of internal process for deleting brain info that explains how they got from one political position to another political position, you know? They just arrive at it, and it feels completely natural, and they don't even notice the deleted info. I don't have another explanation. This is the only thing I can think of. Oh, in case you were wondering, the reason why birds cock their heads the way they do, at least in part, is because they don't have that blurry eye deletion thing. So to avoid getting dizzy, they move their heads near instantly, which prevents the negative consequences of that kind of behavior. It has something to do with the needs of flight. I don't know the specifics, but yeah, that's basically what it is. Interesting, huh?
People in an extraordinarily competitive market. He did not get it by being a robber baron. That's how you get rich in countries that are socialist countries. When you get rich in a capitalist society, you must have a good idea. People must believe in that idea and continue to purchase that idea over a long period of time.
There's this thing called a social contract.
Oh, this is
a very simple thing.
When did I sign that, Kyle? I must have missed it.
Okay, well, you can go live in Somalia where they have none. Good
luck.
Right,
so you believe in the Rousseauian theory that all of us are nothing more than a collective. I disagree.
I didn't say that. I said there's a social contract.
Who do you think wrote the social contract theory?
Well, I thought you liked the Constitution. I thought you liked our founding fathers.
Right, the Constitution that talks about, this is so important. The Constitution actually rejected social contract theory. It said our rights come from what? From God, not from government.
No, it didn't. When you're born in the U.S., you're born into following the law of the Constitution. No, it's not. What? By virtue of being born in America, the immediate assumption is that you are bound by the laws of the land. It's literally a social contract that you consent to be ruled by being born. The Constitution doesn't reject the social contract. It is the social contract.
That government should not infringe upon your rights.
That's not what that means. That's not what the social contract means.
Government action. The United States Constitution rejected the idea that actually the entire United States Constitution was a warning sign against having government come too much infringing of our rights. This is the actual
That's not what the social contract means.
Because Kyle, you look at the entire political kind of system and you say, okay, there should be more government action because we must look ourselves first and foremost as a collective. Therefore, Jeff Bezos, the only way he was able to get that amount of money was eventually try to exploit people over a longer period of time. I look
when
at
did
that
Kyle
and I say,
mention a collective?
That is a
He's going to do this to me,
someone
too.
is able to create that much wealth for that many people. And guess what?
And not pay his people a living wage until we forced him to.
Hold on a second.
We'll let Charlie finish and then you'll have a response. We'll move on.
I believe in private collective bargaining. I also believe in a booming economy. We have more job openings than people to fill it. If people at Amazon are quite happy, when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said that Amazon's the worst thing in the world, she was responded to by Amazon worker after Amazon worker and said our wages are going up. We have wonderful living conditions.
With Jeff Bezos standing right behind them.
But again, I want to make myself perfectly clear. I'm actually highly critical of Amazon. I'm really glad they didn't get the $10 billion taxpayer-funded contract for their company. However, I will take a definitive stand against the demonization of wealth creation in our country. Because
Nobody's doing that. You're talking to yourself.
Dude, the rich have it so rough. This is what I mean. He makes himself such an easy target for these criticisms. He sounds like a fucking bitch boy cheerleader. He sounds like a water boy for the ultra wealthy, you know? Like billionaires wandering down the street and he's like running behind them, making sure everyone is paying due deference. And this guy claims to be some kind of like populist who rejects big corporate, like, he's whatever he needs to be, you know? Could it be this easy? If his arguments... The problem is we're debating CRT, which is like a meaningless nothing subject. The only reason I accepted this debate is because of the platform. Charlie Kirk, Tim Pool. It's like going to be a nothing argument. They're going to be like, critical race theory is evil because it tells white people they're bad and tells white children they're inferior to black children. And I'm going to be like... Okay. Alright. Okay, dude. That's what... So, the subject material is going to be a bit more agonizing to deal with, but in terms of the quality of the discourse, I feel like this is pretty manageable with Charlie Kirk. Just keep in mind that I'm going to be taking it pretty easy during the debate. Same as the first Tim Pool debate. I'm not coming over there to, like, hardcore dunk on everyone, as much as they deserve it. Because it wouldn't be... it would put me in a more vulnerable position for the counter dunk, especially in a 3v1 situation. Keep in mind, it is a 3v1. Charlie Kirk, Tim Pool, and Cassandra Fairbanks, basically a neo-Nazi. That environment means that if they just start shouting me down angrily, that there's not that much that I can do without coming off, like, unhinged, you know? Because their viewers will... permit them getting angry, but not me. So I have to always be calm, always be civil. It's going to be very 2019 Killstream vibes. So with all of that being said, I'm not looking to, like, take every point off of them. Oh, wait, not those vibes. That's not what I was thinking of. Okay. My goal isn't going to be to take every possible point off of them. My goal is just going to be to, like, come off cool, unflappable, strong, solid argument that is intuitively understandable. Do you guys understand? You guys know what I mean, right? You guys, yeah, you're just fucking around, but you understand. It's all about the it's all about looking confident in your arguments. You need to, for people like that to get behind you.
Your preferred candidate says billionaires should not exist.
Yeah, but you know what that means, Charlie? Somebody could have $999 million and they're still really rich and they're going to be
so
okay.
let's talk about that.
And we can give people health care and we can give people college.
So let's talk about it. The rule should not be how do we not have billionaires. The rule should be how did we create $22 trillion of wealth in this country? Is it because we have the most people? No. Most natural resources? No. It's because of a market economy that embraces risk-taking, entrepreneurship, and the individual. Countries across the world have tried everything from exploitation and stealing money away. India has more people. China has more people.
I wonder how Charlie Kirk would respond to the fact that India's market share is growing rapidly and soon their economy will outpace ours. Will they be like, no, that's not capitalism, that's corporatism. No. Like, what is the response going to be to that, you know? I gotta wonder. And if the answer is, well, that's some kind of, like, freaky corporatism, that's totalitarianism, that's whatever, then I guess the answer would be, well, you said the only way America was able to generate its wealth was because of freedom or whatever. But they're able to generate wealth, and they don't have much freedom, so maybe freedom and wealth generation actually don't have that much to do with one another, you know?
Well, the only reason China is able to get any sort of form of economic growth, they tried state-run coercion, is they actually embraced more market principles over the last 15, 20 years, despite the
Is he going to argue China is wealthy because
Kyle,
it's free?
Here's the question I have for you, is do you believe when people create a certain amount of wealth from Facebook or Google or Apple or Home Depot or Amazon, the companies that everyone in this room use, Coca-Cola on down, do you believe that's inherently
Coca-Cola, this
exploitation,
is
or do
positive
you believe that
Coca-Cola
that
reference.
voluntary transaction and enriching people all the way along the way?
I don't believe it's inherently exploitation, but I also believe we need rules and we need referees. And I also think
I totally
that
agree.
I see shades of gray where you see black and white, and your whole thing is like, oh, the free market is so great.
Red
It's so wonderful.
roses.
No, hold on here, because I'm actually the real moderate on this, because I think sometimes the answer is the free market, and sometimes, yes, the answer is government. Government is not inherently evil either. Government has done a lot of good things. I mean,
So look,
it shouldn't be controversial. If you believe in having the military, you believe in the government. If you believe in paving roads, you believe in the government.
But right now, as things stand, we have a fourth branch of government. You'll agree with this. We have a fourth branch of government. We are the most regulated economy in the Western Hemisphere.
How can you possibly believe that? How can you wake up and think, yes, that is true? How can you possibly believe that? It might be the case that America has, like, way more regulations than any European country, but that might be because we have a larger population and a larger economy. But, like, in terms of the restrictions to making absolute butt-fuck loads of money, I'm pretty sure America is a pretty good place to start up a business. I'm saying that on account of all of the businesses that are here, you know? Like, seems like they like it here, you know?
Outside of some of the Western European countries. Federal Trade Commission, the Employment Prevention Agency, which is also called the Environmental Protection Agency. We
nice.
have agency after agency, hundreds of agencies with unelected, unknown, and unchecked bureaucrats. And guess what? They favor the power of the well-connected, the few, and the rich that are able to afford the lobbyists. And you look at the, so Kyle, here's...
This is the flip-flop, dude. The wealthy are amazing. The wealthy do everything good in this country. Free markets prevail over all. We must not tax the wealthy. I would rather let homeless veterans die than tax Jeff Bezos. But, haha, the wealthy people are bad and they use lobbying to make the government do bad. So the wealthy are only bad insofar as they interact negatively with the government, and his response to this isn't to disempower the wealthy, it's to disempower the government, which he also says heavily regulates the wealthy. So wouldn't the argument be the government, generally speaking, cuts down on their power? Are wealthy people and their power good or bad, Charlie? Answer me!
So here's another question that I'm just always perplexed by.
He wants to ask us a question, so let's let him
No,
jump.
I mean, it's fine. Okay, but let me close the point. So you say, Charlie, I look at things as the way they are. We right now spend over $1 trillion of our own money to regulate the economy. That is far too much money. The best regulation is competition. The best regulation is encouraging more entrepreneurship. The best regulation is empowering individuals to be able to compete against the big power brokers that you think that need to be disrupted.
Okay, so let's move on to culture. One of the big
Culture.
parts of Trump's campaign was talking about political correctness. So Kyle, I want to get your thoughts on this. After a few years, how are we doing on that issue? Where do you draw the line? And generally, how do you think our political climate has improved or gotten worse since that time?
I mean, honestly, this kind of bores me, this topic, because it's like, okay, whatever, political correctness. I think I'm relatively politically incorrect. I say things that piss people off all the time. I mean, it is what it is, but my problem with the right is that oftentimes they take this term of political correctness, and what they really want to do is use that as an excuse to say things that are factually incorrect. So when Donald Trump goes out there and he says, for example, like he did on the campaign trail, that we need a total and complete shutdown of Muslims coming into this country, that's not politically incorrect. That's just incorrect. You're just a dick, because there's like 1 billion people who are Muslims.
This is so incredibly stupid. No, that is by definition politically incorrect. That's what that means. No, that is politically incorrect. It's just bigotry that you, in this specific instance, don't have an issue with. That's... Also, wasn't he one of the people touting the kick the Muslims out line back when it was actually happening, and only now in retrospect? I don't remember, but... He's a shiftless weasel, so... No, Kyle said that, not Charlie. Oh, Kyle said that. Oh, my bad, my bad. That was Kyle. My bad, my bad, my bad. Okay, that was Kyle. Sorry, you know how it is. Men.
Well, kind of. So, yeah, that's my take on it. I think I'm politically incorrect myself, but I think that oftentimes people on the right use it to get away with saying things that are just factually incorrect.
Charlie, so I guess the question is, are we more or less politically? I mean, look, it depends on where you live in the country. I mean, in California, it's perfectly fine to border jump or line cut to come into our country, but if you misgender someone, you could face prison time in California. So,
No, you can't. That's not true. That's a lie. Nobody has ever gone to prison for misgendering someone. In America or Canada, it hasn't happened. Because if it had happened, it would be the only news story ever talked about by conservatives ever again. They would... The Yosemite could erupt, and the only thing you would see on Fox News is ongoing updates about the brave person who misgendered and got thrown in jail for it, okay? Oh, Yellowstone, not Yosemite. Sorry, Yellowstone could erupt.
Totally not true.
it is. The law is on the books. There is a law on the books that if you're an employee of the state government of California and you misgender someone as an employee of the state...
Wait! Does Charlie Kirk know what the Civil Rights Act is and what protected classes are? Dude, the First Amendment overwrites any state law. Okay. What?
In California, intentionally, you could potentially go to prison for workplace harassment.
That is speech police.
Harassment is a crime.
And that's the supreme
You're
law of
entitled to
the
your own
land.
opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts.
Okay, I think if he pulls something like this, the easy answer is like, how embarrassing that you don't even understand the Constitution you claim to support, okay? We already have laws that restrict speech. We have harassment laws. That's already against the law. Harassment. You can go to jail for harassment. Wait, that was Kyle? Oh, God. Oh, no. Guess we're getting ready to debate all of them. Guys, the video doesn't help. They're tiny. Shut up.
I visit college campuses all the time. A lot of what you say is
You're so oppressed, bro. Go wear a diaper again.
All right, that came off pretty weak from
I
Kyle.
visit college campuses all the time, and I'll tell you, Kyle, if you saw, and I think if you're intellectually honest, you'll agree with this, that the speech police that happens all across the country, where it's telling people that they can't say certain things, where
What?
they're cracking down on saying America's the greatest country in the history of the world.
Cracking down? What? Where? Where is that happening? Oh, shit. They do this all the time with this super fucking phony 1984 shit. Like, cracking down on saying America is the best country in the world. Where? Where is this happening? This is what I mean about not letting him go into his talking points. If he ever says anything this dumb, I think I can nail him to the wall pretty easily on it, you know? I feel like he makes himself a pretty big target for ridicule.
I have to say that these are the types of things that should be really concerning. And there is a death of free speech in this country, and people like Bill Maher really respect that and understand
I agree with that, too.
That stems from political correctness.
What would you say? Just ask him where. Where is this happening? What do you mean? Where? What? Cracking down and saying America is the best country? Where is this happening? What? Where? Can you tell me? And then he'll like try to go off into some other point. I was saying, no, Charlie, you guys keep saying this. I want to know. Tell me, okay? Where in America, for the benefit of the audience, tell them where they need to avoid so that they don't get fucking arrested for saying America is the greatest country on earth. Please tell me. And of course, like, there's no answer to these questions because it's complete bullshit. Look at these little ghosties. Look at these little poops. Look, you can make them blow up.
Right, that comes from the speech police, but you're really only seeing it on one side.
No, that's not true at all. I believe in free speech, which is why I think Colin Kaepernick should be in the NFL right now.
Yes.
Based.
Colin
And
Kaepernick was never fired from the NFL because he decided to kneel during the national anthem.
Wrong.
He's not in the NFL because he's a horrible quarterback.
This is the line they'd use as well. I think his athletic performance was fine. He was very, very clearly, like, kicked off for political reasons. Like, you'd have to be like a very dishonest person to deny that.
Quarterback and not throw 14 interceptions and only 8 touchdowns in his last season with the San Francisco 49ers, of which they are now undefeated thanks to Jimmy Garoppolo doing a lot better than
he's memorized all the points.
This is very interesting. Do I believe that Colin Kaepernick had a right to be a fool and kneel during the national anthem? Absolutely. Being civilly disobedient is a right. But you know what? I also have a right to call him unpatriotic and disrespectful for kneeling.
Nobody was impugning your right to say that.
Excuse me, why is it that when left-wing people protest and when they dissent, all of a sudden it's unpatriotic and you hate America? Why can't it just be, no, these are my ideas and I think these would fix the country even if you don't agree? See, I'm willing to grant you that whatever you say, you actually are saying it because you want to fix the country. But why is it that you don't give lefties that respect? All of a sudden when there's somebody on the left, you think, oh no, it's because you hate America. That's why you're saying X, Y, and Z.
Well, I'll tell you exactly why. So the tradition of the national anthem that was incorporated post-World War II in the National Football League and was instituted was to try to remember veteran sacrifice during World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Thank you for your service, my son. Thank you for your service. And the reason that Colin Kaepernick was being selfish is during a moment when you're supposed to be somber and reverent, when you're supposed to reflect on the blood and the sacrifice that veterans put, he decided to make the cameras point at him, not point at the veterans, not point at the flag. It was selfish for him to do that, to try to misrepresent a highly complex...
Isn't that what protests are supposed to be? Visible? Okay, chill out for a second. I don't want to lose here. Okay, we're doing Super Satan. Okay, I don't know if our damage is good enough here. It's pretty okay. I keep cutting off brimstone because I'm not used to having it. Shit. We don't have flying. Hold on. We gotta defeat his wave. His many babies. Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay, hold on. It's gonna come down to the wire on this one. Our build's good, but it's not great, you know? I just want to concentrate. Also, we have 1.1 speed. What just hit us? What just hit us? Was it creep? It must have been creep. Not having flying, having 1.1 speed. Sickening. God, stop! Stop! Ugh, rough. Rough. I am a dog. Big beam? Yep, big beam. Our damage is fine. It's fine damage. Tainted Apollyon certainly doesn't struggle with the... Why diagonal? I thought I was hit for sure there. Tainted Apollyon doesn't really struggle with damage. It's just... I suck. Beam? No. Okay, just please, before the next wave of summons. Please? No! Yes! Okay! Okay. Okay, it has a slow effect, and I really don't know if that's going to help us, because it makes the gaps in these tiers, like, impossible to see. Yeah, Yeah, it makes it really difficult to see. Alright, just hide out here for like an hour, I guess. You know, no big. Just, yeah, okay. Alright, thank you. Don't do this to me. Is there a safe up here? Is it? Is this safe? I don't... Wait. It's getting damaged. Come on. I don't know. This. We got it! Yes! Woo! Nice! And we get a shot at Delirium. All right. Bring it back to the Charlester.
Issue that is criminal justice reform at a very bizarre time to do it during the singular time in a sports ceremony. We take a moment to remove our hats and put our hands over our heart to remember the veterans that gave everything so that we can live in the greatest country ever to exist.
Charlie, whenever there's something that happens, like in Ferguson, Missouri, there's a police brutality case, and then people riot. What do people like Charlie say?
Destroy buildings? Yeah, I'm going to speak against it.
Yeah, but what do you say when that happens? They go, you know what? My only issue with these people is if only they would protest police brutality through peaceful methods, I would be okay with it. And then Colin Kaepernick does exactly that, and you...
Talking true.
I said he has a right to do that. I also have a right to critique his decision. And so the mayor of Baltimore during the movement, the mayor of Baltimore, while all this was happening, remember she said, we need to give our people space to riot. I mean, there's nothing admirable about destroying property in your own community when you're trying to protest injustice or brutality. I'm not sure what kind of argument
Charlie, it's you, the point, right over your head. I agree with you. Rioting is bad. That's why I think what Colin Kaepernick did is good, because he's protesting through peaceful means.
Of course. Sure. So, and I'm saying he was
pretty tough point for Charlie to fight against here.
He was being a selfish individual that was all about himself during a ceremony that was also about veterans. So we're talking in circles here, broader about political correctness. I'm not the one that's going to say Colin Kaepernick should not have a right to do that. In fact, I defended his right to be
And why did Trump call for him to be fired?
And his right to be wrong. That's what makes this American experiment so special. I will say this, and the rise of political correctness and the rise of division in this country, you only see political violence predominantly on one side, and that is Antifa. You do not see Trump supporters waiting outside of Bernie Sanders rallies, punching them in the face. You do not see people wearing MAGA hats.
No violence from the Trumpers.
No people are arrested. You do not see people wearing
nationalist
terrorism, punching people in the face. Something of which very important point, Kyle. Guess what? I denounce it. The president denounces it. Yet half the people.
Except when he denounces it, except when it happened. So, no. He said he denounces it, but then it happened.
The Democrat Party have not denounced Antifa. Why do people running for the Democrat nomination not denounce Antifa? A paramilitary organization that goes around and pounds people on the head if they dare disagree with them. Could you imagine for a second if people were wearing MAGA hats and going and beating journalists in the street?
Really activates my almonds. Remember, this was in 2019.
I can, because they were getting
rightfully arrested.
Hey, yeah, right? Literally.
So we want to talk about culture. Show me where conservative Antifa is. Show me a well-funded, well-organized an organization that was not denounced by the president or people like it that go after political...
Wait. Why is he saying, like, oh, it has to not be denounced by Trump? Has Biden ever, like, celebrated Antifa? What does that mean? Like, he's like, Antifa's bad because it exists, but there's no conservative Antifa. Oh, but there is, but Trump denounced it. But, like, Trump didn't really denounce it. Stand back, stand by, after being pressured in a debate. Well, that was after the 2019 thing, too.
Opponents. You can't find it, and there's a reason why the Democrats will not denounce Antifa. It's
what?
Because if you want to see the face of the Democrat Party, I'll show it to you. They're wearing a mask.
All right, Kyle,
yeah, dude, these like 500 guys in Portland represent
Charlie,
the largest political party in the
debating
country.
Democrats. You're debating Kyle Kulinski. If you just asked me, it would have been very simple.
What do you think of Antifa?
Do I denounce Antifa? Yes. I denounce political violence. But I think it's really interesting that you started this whole rant by acting like political violence is only on the left. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
So show me a singular instance.
Dude, they like it when Kyle swears. Maybe I should have a kill stream vibe to my Politicon debut. You know, maybe they'll like it. The tactical swearing.
Where there are people wearing MAGA hats waiting outside of a leading Democrat.
I'll do you one better. How about a guy named Caesar Sayoc who murdered people with a fucking MAGA hat on?
Yeah. What about the attempted kidnapping of the governor lady?
That guy was mentally unhinged, and I'm not going to defend him. And
Trump was a Democrat, too!
Or how about the shooter in Dayton, Ohio, that said Elizabeth Warren was his hero, and then he went and shot 10 people? What about that, Kyle? We can go back and forth all day long.
Were these endorsed by Biden?
Up the congressional baseball field that loved Bernie Sanders. We can go back all day long.
All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from this. All right, let's move to another space here on the international front.
Right.
One of the big issues today is the issue of foreign corruption and influence in our elections. So I'll start with you, Charlie. Is it appropriate for a president of any party at any time to solicit assistance from a foreign country to influence our elections?
No, and that's why Hillary Clinton should be tried and put in jail for what she did.
The prepared talking point. Pull it out like a whip.
It's one of the most intentionally misrepresented phone calls that you could ever come across. He never asked a foreign president to try to intervene to investigate Joe Biden. Instead,
Yes, he
the
did.
favor
Wait,
he asked for was
no, he said he was withholding aid conditionally unless he participated in the investigation. Literally, like blackmailing, basically. Not black, like a pro bono, yeah. No quid pro quo, yeah. Quid pro quo, thank you, not pro bono. That's the opposite of pro bono. I'm playing games.
was to try to
I'm
go after
pro
CrowdStrike.
boner, okay?
It was the president of Ukraine that first brought up Mayor Giuliani. It was the president of Ukraine that brought up the topic of corruption. This phone call is being intentionally misrepresented. And guess what? It was a setup from within our own government. Congressman Adam Schiff changed the whistleblower laws. He met with the whistleblower well before it became public, sat on it for over 2 months. And there's a lot around this, and so if we're talking about foreign collusion with adversaries, I think we should, oh wait, we are looking into the origins of the Russia investigation in Fusion GPS, which is now a criminal investigation, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, the one where we
Okay,
got
so-
tons of indictments and arrests from the Trump
Charlie.
administration.
We're so close, but so far at the same time. So, okay, you're actually correct about one thing you said there. Hillary Clinton did indeed try to get foreign help in the election against Donald Trump with Ukraine. But I don't know why you have to be so hacky when you say Trump didn't try to do the exact same thing. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, call out the
In
partisanship.
the transcript, where did he do that?
There's a reason why Donald Trump's only response now is there was no quid pro quo,
No,
quid pro quo at all. Because that's his only dodge, because he was obviously trying to get dirt as well on Joe Biden.
Show me when he did that. He was asking the president to go after CrowdStrike, which was foreign meddling in our own election. He never ever said, ever go after Joe Biden.
He threatened to withhold it. It doesn't matter. He threatened to withhold aid.
Charisma was never mentioned in the phone call. Now you're inferring you're looking into it.
You don't have to infer it. He wants him to investigate Joe Biden. What do you think he's investigating him for? Puppies and rainbows?
He said,
It's for the
I
money he
want
was
you to
getting
go
paid.
after CrowdStrike. This is a very important thing, because if you look at the actual transcript of the phone call and you look at who
No
brought
quid
up the
pro
topics,
quo.
right? And by the way, there was no quid and no quo, because the Ukrainian president time and time again said the aid was not intentionally withheld. We didn't even know the aid was withheld. We never made calls about the aid that were withheld.
Doesn't matter. He was still trying to get dirt, and that's obvious. Listen,
But show me in the call where it says that. I mean,
hold on now. Please, you sound like Trump with the literal,
asking for
a direct
facts,
literal
like-
interpretation of this is exculpatory.
No, this sounds like when Chris Hansen when the pedos get busted. You know what I mean? And it's like, can you show? No. Okay, those text logs are highly suggestive, but can you show me where I said that I was gonna do a statutory rape? Can you show me? Oh no, you can. Oh well, I guess I'm fine. That like this is like, damn, dude. I don't know. Seeing a little bit of subtext in your messaging.
Everybody knows what he was trying to do because he runs the government like a mafia boss. Now, you could like that or dislike that, but it is what he was trying to do. Now, here's the difference between me and you. The difference between me and you is I will admit that Hillary Clinton did indeed try to reach out to the Ukrainian government to get dirt on Trump. And in fact, that's how we learned about Paul Manafort and his corruption, is because Hillary did reach out to the Ukrainian government and did get dirt. Now, I'm willing to say in the case of Hillary Clinton, that's dead wrong. You all need to ask yourself, why is it he can't admit the obvious on the other side? Why is it Donald Trump did nothing wrong at all? It's ridiculous.
So Kyle, I'll ask the third time. Look, I want you to cite the specific part of the transcript call.
Charlie, I don't have the fucking transcript in front of me.
Well, because
why are you being ridiculous?
Because if it existed, if this smoking gun existed, people would say, here's what he said wrong, and here's the specific U.S. criminal code that was violated. It simply does not exist.
Didn't they impeach him over it?
Trump did nothing wrong. We got it. You can say much this deal, Trump did nothing wrong. Next question.
This all comes down to this. From
Doesn't
spring
that
of
count?
2016, the media talking heads were floating out impeaching Donald Trump. Before he was even elected president of the United States, impeachment was ramped up. And Kyle, you totally and completely agreed with this. I know this, that there was something so suspicious and so immoral and so wrong what our own FBI and our own internal government did to this president to plant information, to use the Democrat National Committee to collude with foreign adversaries, to lie to a FISA court judge, and spy on a political opponent that you might disagree with. And I hope justice will finally be held with that. However, Kyle, I understand that there's pent-up anxiety and dissatisfaction with this president because he won an election that he wasn't supposed to win. However, that does not give you the license to misrepresent what he has done. And time again, the Democrats swing and miss. For 2 years, I was promised some sort of big, huge bellwether revelation of the Mueller report. Oh, Mueller is coming. $30 million taxpayer-funded investigation, and they found
how much did you spend on
and what did they do
what is it for Hillary Clinton?
As the Mueller investigation ended, they went to the Ukrainian investigation. This goes down to two very simple things. Number one, they have not accepted the democratically elected president of the United States who won an election he's not supposed to win. Number two, they hate Donald Trump a lot more than they love America.
Just so you know.
I'm not saying they. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the general they.
Listen, thank you for inviting me to the Charlie Kirk monologue night. I really appreciate it.
I'll let you finish on this.
Right. Okay, so let me respond to that. I'll sum up what he just said in a really simpler way, and you won't have to sit through it all. Donald Trump, good. Democrat, bad. Very high-minded, Charlie. Thank you very much. So anyway, here's the difference. I'm willing to admit when Democrats do something wrong. What Charlie Kirk will not admit on this stage here tonight is that Donald Trump owns a hotel in Washington, D.C. And oh, would you look at that? The Saudi government just happened to funnel him $300,000 through that hotel. Oh, would you look at that? Donald Trump just approved a multi-billion-dollar weapons deal that goes to Saudi Arabia as they're committing a genocide in Yemen. Now, hold on. Now, I get the sense that if I gave you that exact set of facts, and it was the fucking Clinton Foundation, you'd be pretty fucking pissed off. But with Donald Trump,
this is really good. The partisanship accusations are really powerful here because it really does make Charlie Kirk like a slimy little sycophant in like a greasy suit, you know? Like, even if he does make sometimes salient criticisms, which, I mean, like, the Democrats aren't perfect. Obviously, it's not super hard to find shit they fucked up on, you know? Even though the Republicans are far worse. He just does not admit to fault from Republicans. He won't do it. He can't, because he doesn't actually believe any of this shit. He'll just say whatever, you know? So calling him out on the partisanship is almost like more valuable than calling him out on the wrongness of his statements. Oh man, Kyle's going off. Holy fuck.
Oh, damn right I'm fucking mad because you're not willing to criticize him for fucking anything.
So, all right, Charlie, I'll let you respond, but hold on, let me
if I go to Politicon, I need to get all you there too, so you can cheer when I say dumb shit, okay?
So
you need to be my backup crew.
This has been framed in the lens of corruption.
Yeah.
And so we've talked about what Biden's son did. So how do you weigh the corruption of what Biden's son did with what the Trump kids are doing internationally? You put them on the same level?
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that.
Yeah. And also importantly, how do we fix that in the future? How do we prevent future kids of politicians from profiting off their offices?
Yeah, if you're looking for someone to defend Saudi Arabia, you know this, Kyle. I'm not going to do that. I think that our inside-out alliance with Saudi Arabia has been a mistake for the last 20 or 30 years, and they've
don't ask Charlie Kirk his opinion on nepotism. Worst mistake of my life.
So there I am disagreeing with something.
What about the $300,000 that went to Trump?
Number two, I'm happy to respond to that. I think it's laughable, to be honest, when a guy has a net worth of $3.8 billion and has hundreds of millions of dollars going through his entire international organization, that somehow he's influenced by $300,000 at a DC asset hotel to approve a weapons deal.
This is what he means. He cannot have Trump be criticized. Ever. He can't allow it. Even in obvious cases of political malfeasance. Like, he still has to be like, dude, it's only $300,000. bro, it's not that much. This feels like the, like, I couldn't have raped her, she's not pretty enough kind of defense, you know? Like, where you're trying to defend somebody saying something, but you only make it look like way worse than the way that you defend it. Like, Charlie's not just saying, like, yeah, 300. He's saying it, and then he's saying, like, whatever, and you shouldn't even mind when you're overlords. Take $250,000 in Saudi money, okay? You know why? Because they're already that rich. They're so beyond the common man. Trump did say that? Yeah, that's the... Yeah. They're so beyond the common man that, like, their bribes don't even matter. You know? Like, whatever. Yeah, he's corrupt. Who cares? Whatever. He's already rich. Whatever. It's almost worse than... Oh, God. Plus, didn't Ivanka and Jeremy 300 million from China? I don't fucking know. I barely follow this shit because it's so fucking irrelevant. None of these conversations mean anything. They're all partisan hack jobs. Nobody's actually talking about what you need to do to make the country better. Nobody does. It's always the back and forth. I'm a partisan hack on this side, and I'm a partisan hack on that side. I say this, but the Republicans are infinitely worse in this respect. It's not an equivalency that I can barely make. But still, like, you will never sit down with a Republican and be like, here's the data, here's what we need to do to make our country better. Do you have anything to add? It's always going to be some insane dick measuring contest and how hard they can performatively suck off their president. And it never moves beyond that, ever. Okay, guys, we did it. We have near full health, and we're about to take on Delirium. Delirium is, like, objectively the worst boss in the game. He can telefrag you. He has, like, infinite health, and he teleports around a giant room, and does a bunch of shit, and he can just hit you, and it's really not fair. In my opinion, this is the only boss that I'd consider unfair. Anyway, let's see if we can get it. He's got to turn into copies of a bunch of other bosses, and then he's going to, cuckle and buckle us, which... Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There? Where? The death card effects that we're getting there are from Dry Baby, which is going to be enormously helpful in this fight, at blocking tears. There's our first damage taken. Okay. We're doing good damage. Our real damage isn't from our brimstone, it's from our locust flies. I'm moving slow. Ah! We're still so slow. Let me out! Let me out, let me out. This is the Rick and Morty song. I'm begging for help. I'm screaming for help. I watch Rick and Morty. Let me out. Okay, actually, we got it down to half health. We're actually kind of handling it. If I remember correctly and they didn't patch it, the boss has less armor when it's in its true phase. When it just sits there and radiates tears. When it's the big, like, mouth-shapen face. It has less boss armor. Boss armor is a trait that most bosses in the game have, admittedly to various extents, which means that there's a cap on the speed at which they can take damage. It's basically, I think, a logarithmic scale, where the more damage you do to them, the more you have to do an additional unit of damage within a given time frame. So essentially, like, if you do 10 damage per second, it might not be modified, but if you do 100, it might go down to, like, 50, and if you do, like, 1,000, it might go down to, like, 100. You have to do more and more and more to get proportionally lesser gains. It falls off. There are, however, some types of damage that break boss armor. Bombs, for example. Bombs break boss armor. I think we fucking got it, actually. I'm really, really impressed with this build. That is awesome. Nice. Okay, that's Mega Satan and Delirium done. I'd say it's a pretty good clip. Yeah. Tainted Apollyon's pretty strong, yeah. Nice time to come in, Shu. Yeah, it's a sad game. Is this the bad ending? This was the final ending for the last DLC. The newest DLC gives us a more hopeful ending where Isaac goes to heaven and speaks to God and gets to live peacefully in the afterlife. It also shows that his mom and his dad weren't the devil and angel that he thought they were in retrospect, that life was complicated and that a lot of mistakes were made by a lot of different people. I thought the ending given by Repentance, funny name that, was quite mature, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, Isaac still dies, but it's, you know, it's meaningful in some respects. Let's do a Keeper run. Keeper is super fun. First, it's confirmed he was hallucinating by Edmund. Okay, well, at least that in his final moments, he had a reflective awareness of how his life turned out, you know? The Keeper runs are really fun. Let me pee, then I'll read donations, and then we're going to continue. We're going to finish the Charlie Kirk video as well. It's difficult to listen to his smarmy fucking voice for long, so... So basically, death is guaranteed. Isaac canonically dies. There is nothing you can do about that. Yo! What's up? All right. Got a few donos to read. Subscribe, thanks to the $5. Okay, honest question. Do you still view small donos in the same way you did when you were small? That's an interesting question. In some ways, yeah, and in some ways, no. I get more of them now, and obviously financially I'm doing pretty well. So in terms of the impact it has on my life, it's not as significant. But whenever I'm reading donations, I haven't yet lost the ability to really reflect on how incredible it is that people care enough about my content to even donate, you know? I know how much that means. I don't, like, lose myself in the flattery anymore, but still, like, I understand. I mean, whether it's $5 or sometimes $500, the donations, reading them, seeing them, still give me, like, a really warm feeling of affirmation, you know? And I never think of them as an obligation, though I may tease you guys and ask for donos from time to time. I mean, I do like getting them, I won't lie. So I'm not gonna say I don't like being given free money. That may be the case, but I never think of them as like a commitment of you guys. It's always something that I think is nice, you know? Aurora, thank you for the very kind tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Isaac, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Fun name. Casey Marlowe, thank you for the very kind $10. I really, really appreciate that. Please check out Breaking Point's video on the right-wing terrorist who tried to kidnap the governor, then storm the State House in April 2020. She needs to be taken down. Kyle, too. It's absurd. I can give it a look. Pull Up in Life, thanks to the very kind tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. We need the wicked emote so we can be truly radical. Maybe. Bad Boy Socialist and Julian Garza, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Fringe Leaks, thanks to the tier 1 sub. What's the appropriate response for someone who equates transgenderism to transracialism? The logic they use is that race and gender are social constructs. Honestly, if you're kind of strapped for time, all you have to do is say, oh, you think they're both the same? Then prove to me how either of them are invalid. If you can't do that, then don't waste my time. There are reasons why they're different, but they're complicated. They're different types of social constructs with different types of preceding elements. But if your argument against trans people is, well, what about this too? Then okay, let's hear a counter argument. I honestly wanted to hear this comparison. I've explained it before. It's complicated stuff. Still alive, thanks to $2. Whatever happened to your supposed debate with Hakeem? It's still somewhere in the future, I imagine. New Horizons 11, thank you for the $5. You converted me from being a dumb anti-woke Nazgul, Vosh. I'm endlessly thankful. Thank you, comrade. I'm happy to have you with us now. And hopefully you're doing better mentally. I imagine that was quite exhausting. Altfax, thank you for the 2 $5 donations. Yes, yes, money is by definition the government's. It's literally printed by the government. Wookie Goldberg, thank you for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. Yeah, of course. Though I think the definition of CRT is meaningless with time. I don't know. Matthew H and ASW, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yes, of course. Gotta argue over what the definition of CRT even is. I'm not gay, but I also think some trans women are hot, such as Philosophy Tube. I'm not sure what the contradiction here is, given that trans women are women. If you're not gay and you like trans women, then you're not gay. You know? Kind of all folds into itself, doesn't it? Sort of a simple... works it in. Maybe female chatter? Oh, maybe. I guess I assume the person who donated was a guy, because I am sexist. Womert, thank you for the very kind $5. Yeah, I'm not bringing a partner along with. There's not anyone I would trust to debate next to me these days. Altfax, thank you for the $5 both. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Catro. 2 $5 donations. Patrick Miller, thank you for the 5. Not going to happen. Emilia, thank you for the very kind $5. Possibly, yeah. I don't think Bastiat's going to become a leftist. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. Oh, an interesting question, Sake. I guess we'll see. Christina Rose, thank you for the Australian. I really appreciate that. I'll be your cheerleader at Politicon, Vosh Rad. Happy to have you there. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Hey, Vosh, my girlfriend and I love your videos. You think you'll ever play Demon's Souls or stream Bloodborne? I have streamed Bloodborne. I might play Demon's Souls once I get a PS5. That sounds like fun. Ascended, thank you for the £10. Really appreciate that. Free money. Thank you very, very much. And Richard Corrigan, thank you for the $5. Thanks for bringing me to the left and away from the terrible conservatism I experienced growing up in Texas. I always knew I was a liberal. Don't hurt me like that, my friend. But I'm glad you're not a conservative, at least. You know, I think I'm kind of done with the Charlie Kirk, Kyle Klinsky thing. It's almost done, and I feel like I've gotten the gist from this. Next stream we do, I'll find some new material from Charlie Kirk so we can continue to vibe check him, you know? I'm really not interested in the arguments. I'm interested in the rhetorical style, the vibe, so to speak. And I feel, you know... I feel like I got something from that. Oh, hello. No, stop. Not that. This. There you go. Have you ever considered duo debating with Xan before? Xanderhall has definitely gotten better with, like, duo debates, but you have to understand, I really don't like duo debates. I don't. Even when I like the person, I don't. All right. You guys want to see Keeper? So, the Tainted Keeper is a very interesting character. Basically, here's the gist. You've got 2 coin hearts up there in the top left. You can't get more, except by some incredibly contrived circumstances. You heal by picking up coins. Hearts do nothing for you. They get turned into flies. You fire a quad shot right off the bat. Very strong start. And Every time you kill an enemy... Oh, this will not show us, because these aren't enemies. These are obstacles. Every single time you kill an enemy, they drop a coin. Even sometimes summoned enemies, so you can, like, farm off summon for a while. However, that coin disappears very shortly after it drops. Like, about a second afterwards. Observe. See? That one right there would have disappeared in about a second. Now, the trade-off for this unbelievable wealth is that every item in the game costs money. Every single one. Angel rooms. Item rooms. Boss rooms. They all cost money. You do not get a coin if you take damage and pick up the coin to heal yourself. See, look. Fades out. We can get coins off this spawner for a little while. No, let me... There we go. Yeah, look, we're just getting free money, baby. Hey! It encourages a very up-close and aggressive playstyle. I do not care about this item. What's the difference between Tainted Keeper and Normal Keeper? Ooh, nickel. Normal Keeper does not have this, like, insta-money drop thing, and they don't have to pay for every item in the game. I can't get every coin. We can pump up the volume a little bit. JJ Slider, I highly recommend playing the game in its most current form with all the DLCs. Am I gonna free shoe? Do I have to? There. Ooh, what a nice find. I like making that noise. Oh yeah, Tainted Keeper also gets better better shops. So the entire run is a 2-hit death? Yep. The item that I just picked up means that when we complete a room, we get a choice of 2 items to pick up, and the one that we don't pick up disappears. It means we're going to get a lot more money over the course of the run, basically. Nickel! I hate saying that word. We all done with the coins here? Eventually, spawned enemies will stop dropping coins in a given room. Ooh, dime! Cool. Oh! How's your day? My day is going well. How about you? I was supposed to stream this morning, but I had a bit of a problem. I realized that I didn't want to. Does that bomb actually have a troll face on it? Yes, the bomb actually does have lay troll face on it. Stop. 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 Oh, took damage. Took damage. Took damage. Nickel! Still worth. Was that worth? Maybe. Would I be willing to talk about my D&D character? What? No. What's the objective this run? The objective this run is to do one of the 2 new routes, either Mother or Beast. Give me money, give me coin. A nickel! I'm gonna stop saying it when it happens. I don't want to get clipped accidentally. I misspeak a lot. Nice, Clay Soldier. Did I miss the prep debate? You missed me listening to Charlie Kirk and Kyle Kalinske debate, yeah. Ooh, a nipple. This is Speedball, right? We want this. Yeah, speed up. Look at us zip. Look at us zoom. Woo. How long will it take you to finish the whole game? I'm not amazing at it, so probably like over 100 hours more. It's fun, though. We will, Trio. It is a roguelite, Kojito. Or, as the French would say, cojito. Why would the French say that? I don't know. I don't know why the French do anything they do, okay? They're a mysterious bunch. Uh-huh. I do have to admit the game's music slaps. Why resistant to that info? Yeah, this game's music's awesome. Yes, give me the free coins. So many free coins. I think I missed that one. What's the difference between a roguelike and a roguelite? What I was taught is that a roguelike, once you die, you're back to the beginning of the game, and there are no benefits accrued for the process of you having played. Like, in a roguelike, every single run, whether you've played the game once or 1,000 times, has the same set of randomized variables. No unlocks, no upgrades, nothing. But a roguelite can have upgrades that persist from run to run, and this game certainly does. You unlock new shit, make your characters better, and... This boss is kinda a pain in my ass. I'm not playing Factorio. I got called a Destiny clone enough, okay? How much is this game? I think the main game plus all the DLC at this point is like $50. I say it's very worth it, by the way. I 100% would recommend that. Okay. What is the screenshot? I have not tried Tainted Lost yet. We need to get ready. Will you make a joke about Kirk's tiny face? I'll probably make an anti-joke about it, you know? I can see him, I can say like, wow, your face is a lot more normal size than I've been led to believe. Or something like that. I think that'd be funny. Get people on my side early on. Can't take it too seriously. Do you play any fighting games? Only play wrestling with your mom. I mean sex. My dad's always left out. Such a chill game. Such a brutally difficult game now after the DLC, but such a chill game. No, it's clicky! Yes! I slipped on the poop. This clogged arteries item kind of sucks. Let's find the shop and see if we can get there. Nothing wrong with taking more money with us to the next floor. Money is our lifeblood in this run. We're also going to want to find a way to generate money during boss fights, because otherwise we are literally just going to have... Oh, God. We are literally just going to have... Ooh. Well, we want this. Poison damage. There's the poop pill. Poopy poop. Probably get the speed up. How do you get the stats on the side? One of the options here in the menu. It's found HUD, right? Yeah, found HUD. We can't get over there, damn it. And I would just be taking random guesses at where the super secret room is. How do you get more health? You said there's a way, but it's really hard. There is one way to get more health. To my knowledge, only one way. And it's, you need the, Keeper's stomach? Keeper's gut? It's called something. I hate these enemies. They're horrible for this fucking character. There we go. Greed's Gullet, thank you. Basically, Greed's Gullet allows your health to scale up proportionally to how many coins you've got in the bank. And, that's the only thing that'll push you above 2. Okay, let's take out the boss early. Oh, le France, oui, oui. Oui, oui, oui. Oh, shit! Oh, this guy doesn't have any summons. Uh-oh, hold on. Not even a hard guy. Whoa! How did that happen? How did he track me like that? Huh. Well. Yeah, I played Dusk on stream. Eh. Fucking hate these little mites. I don't know how that shot hit me, though. He doesn't fire tracking shots during that move. He fires them at your current location. That one felt like it was tracking me. Ah, whatever. We were like 5 minutes in to that run. How long has it been since we've just done a video game stream? Legit, it seems like every video game stream is like, I'll play the video game after we do this segment, and then it's like, oh, someone comes on for a debate, and then it's like, oh, hold on, we need to read donos. Okay, we're finally booting up the game, woo! And it's, we play it for like 5 minutes. Ooh, big room. Alright. Come on. That sucked. Okay. Just gotta separate them a little bit so you can get the coins after you murk them. Yep. Thank you, on the bus. I am a world-famous speedrunner. Oh yeah, these guys summon. They just don't summon when the room's too full. Oh, nice. Then those guys didn't? I miss debates while gaming. Sorry, just it's hard to find quality debates. I'll try more in the future, but it's only ever frustrating when people come on and they're just like, yeah, I disagree on this one thing. Oh, that's what you think? Okay, you know? The thing is, no sane man would debate me. So I must cultivate my debates from the insane. We got Joker Tanky that one time. That guy emailed me. That wasn't a random debate off of off YouTube chat or whatever. That guy emailed me. Every time I do a debate, I get emails for people wanting to debate. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, a circular process. Is this the right one? Yes, this makes our tears piercing. Okay, that's extremely poggies. Does cut down on our range, though. I'll take this for spun. What are we getting? Damage and range down. At least we got tear rate up. Okay. We can work with this. You could have lost a heart container with that. Yeah, thankfully I'm a giant fucking Chad, so I knew I wouldn't. Yeah, I can give it a look. Pandocalypse or whatever the name I quickly saw in chat. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a nickel! Oh. Okay. Alright. 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 Okay, we want this. Nice. Your shot speed is abysmal. Well, it was. Now it's back at 1. You should promote the YouTube auto-like extension. Auto-likes your sub-channel's videos. That's so desperate. That's what you want me to do? Hey, guys, download this Google Chrome add-on to automatically like my videos. If you're a real Vosh fan, you'll do it. That just feels so depersonalized. Oh, God. Run's looking so far. Hey Vosh, just wondering how it works tax-wise with the charity stream you did. Would that be a huge tax credit that you can use come tax time? Okay, a lot of people don't know this, but like tax deductions aren't like magic that make you pay less than you otherwise would have. I need that tax deduction because if I didn't get it, I would never do a charity stream in my life. You know why? Because I would have to pay about $120,000 in taxes on money that I didn't keep. It would have gone to me and then gone to the PCRF. I would have then, after giving them the $300K, had to then pay the IRS about $120K on the income that I received. The write-off doesn't save me money. It just means I don't pay taxes on money that never, like, stayed with me. But yeah, like, otherwise, like, nobody would ever donate to charities. You'd be bankrupting yourself if you, like, went for high amounts. Nickel! Thank you. Nice. Okay, we don't have any keys or bombs, which kind of sucks. You should do an any % speed run of Isaac. Seems kind of necessary then? Yeah. Now, there are things corporations can do that can be a little bit more, like, sneaky, I think. But, I don't have a corporation. I don't even have an LLC. I'm a sole proprietor, baby. You know why? Because I love paying more in taxes. It's my civic duty. I just saw people on Twitter who were like, yeah, Vosh only did this for the tax break. What do you think a write-off is? Like, they don't know because they're children who have never ever paid taxes. They have no idea. A tax write-off? That's when you donate to a charity and it means the government gives you more money for it. You're like, wow, you're such a benevolent and charitable philanthropist, Vaush. How about I give you $1 million? That's enough. I think it's more about corporate embezzlement of charity money. There are a ton of things wrong with how charities are used, like, as a financial tool, but they have nothing to do with sole proprietors using them for tax write-offs. What are some good tips for roguelikes in general, Gungeon specifically? That's a very vague question, you know. And what are these items? Wow. There's not a single one here that I want. Look at this. What am I supposed to do with this? 9 volts is good. Yeah, if I get a spacebar item in the future. The big fly is fine. None of this is ideal, you have to admit. Fat fly is amazing. I don't know if I'd say it's amazing. I mean, it's good. You know, it's fine. Doesn't hurt. Here, I'll tell you what we can do. We can try to get into the boss room. How are the dumb babies? Doing good. Have you ever beaten the whole game? Yeah, before Repentance, I had beaten the whole game. Yeah, that's probably fine. It makes my tier, my shots inconsistent, like they don't space out equally, but they come faster in general. Oh, I didn't get that coin. I was looking at chat. How high our damage has gone. Nickel! Gulp? This is the thing that gives you temporary invulnerability, right? That's probably fine. Oh, shit. I should have left myself a key. God damn it. It's always something in this fucking game. We'll bomb these dipshits. Congratulations, Lady Antifa, on starting HRT. Does this game have a happy ending? Not really. Oh, don't worry, the anti-corporatist. Okay. Down we go. I wish there was, like, a version of HRT that I could take, but it's just, like, more mask. But, like, not testosterone. My voice is fine. More like, now your dick is 14 inches, you know? Where's that pill? He makes your dick smaller. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Nah, that's what we get for having such low range. I wasn't even paying attention there. Lacrophobia, or lacrophilia? Probably not, no. Simply click the ads on the porn site. I just want to be able to come more. That's what I care about, okay? My dick's perfectly sized, as far as I'm concerned, alright? I just want to be able to nut, like, hentai amounts, okay? That's what I want. Is that so wrong? No, I don't want... No, my balls are fine. Maybe, like, a huge prostate. Maybe it can just look like I have, like, cancer. Like, on my taint, you know? Like, just a giant... Like, I've got a kind of like a bowling ball that I'm always sitting on, you know? And that's where it all stores. Maybe in some ways Derpy would do, but not in the same way. What is a taint? The stretch of skin, the perineum, between the balls and the asshole? Kind of an AMAB thing? You think we're a part of the weakest generation? There's no such thing as a weakest generation, okay? What does that even mean? There are billions of people on Earth. What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. The generation that produced the GIs and who fought on, like, you know, Normandy is the same generation that produced the Nazis they fought, you know? The generation of college students who fought against racism in the 60s, I mean, they were in part also fighting against some of their contemporaries who were like pro-racism. It wasn't just old people. I don't know. I don't know what it means for like a generation to be strong or weak. I'll say this much, okay? If the whole logic is that weak men create hard times, then whoever is responsible for climate change sure is the weakest generation, okay? That's probably got to be like the boomers, right? And all the institutions they kept in row. Hey! Hey! Yeah, you gotta follow the logic backwards. If weak men create hard times, then does it not logically follow that hard times are a product of weak men? I need to pay attention to this fucking game. Okay, hold on. We're paying attention now. Yeah. I am the weakest Isaac generation. Who's your favorite normal character? Sorry, I've stopped taking my normal pills. These are all crazy characters to me. Tainted Isaac? You mean regular Isaac to me? You see Lauren Southern is playing League with certain someone? I'm sure they are. There's some good stuff here. I unbanned the wrong shoe account? What? Oh, she didn't put the 0? Jeez. These bitches, am I right? Go! Oh, nickel, but also we're low on health now. Sorry. That was my fault. I got greedy. Alright, this time for real. Da 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 da. That's good. If you pick up that item, you have a chance of dropping a coin when you take damage. It's basically a way of prolonging your health. Nice. There's a likely secret room in here. There might be one on the left side. Super secret. No, fucking body block. Come on. Okay, come on. Over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. One more. Come on. Right. No! Why'd you all go that way? Welcome, Gold Rocks. Why are roguelikes so hard? I don't know. The infinite replayability means that games like this are really only stay interesting if they challenge you. Like, I don't know what an easy roguelike would look like. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just... feels like you'd be missing out on something kind of essential. Oh. Nickel and dime. Nickel and dime. Yeah, you have been missing out, Doki22. I'm actually the world's best. Oh, this guy again. The Hyrule fan. Binding of Isaac player. Nickel. Loop Hero is an easy roguelite as it slaps. It does slap. It just feels like the difficulty is one of those things that you can overcome by just playing more. Not by, like, getting better, just, like, the slow accumulation of teeny tiny power-ups. And that's not so fun for me. I stopped playing Loop Hero. Come on. How would you address the Icelandic near 100% abortion rate of fetuses pre-diagnosed in the womb with Down syndrome? People don't want to raise kids that have Down syndrome. It's just kind of hard. What do you mean? How can I explain? Like, I feel like it's. Okay, those are two, like, setup items. Yes, I've played Risk of Rain 1 and 2. They were saying I was defending eugenics. So wait, you want abortion to be legal, but then you get a scan, and if it's Down syndrome, then it's like, oh wait, now you can't abort it? How would that even work? If abortion's legal, then it should be usable. It's an option that people should have. Upon a consideration of the facts in hand. Like, the state can't be like, oh no, you have to, like, it's not like Down syndrome people are like an endangered eagle that the government's like, oh no wait, you can't kill that one. Like, that's not really how this works. Freedom is freedom. America. Thoughts on Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? I don't know what that is. Was that the twerking giraffe on Twitter? No, that was a different thing. Hey! Skittery fuck. Oh wait, was the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon the one where it's like you can torture and enslave your Pokemon? It was like weird and kind of like darker conceptually. Is that, am I remembering this? No? Luck up, nice. You become the Pokemon. Oh, I see. Oh! Was this the POV Pokemon breeding simulator? God damn it. Ah, yes. The twerky. The twerking turkey. Okay, wait. I'm getting triggered. Did all the bullets get faster? We need to chill. Stop. That's a good item. Twerky is a Miitopia enemy. More like a Miitopia friend with that fat dumpy. That twerky turkey. If you guys haven't seen the video on Twitter, then you should go look. It's very amusing. Kill the blue one. Nice, we got both. I hurt my throat, though. Nice. Whoa. Oh, there was a dime over there. Ah, they all kill themselves in this room. You should play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Counterpoint. What if I never play a Pokemon game because they're ass? Ooh. Ooh. I'm sorry. Libtards, did my facts and logic trigger you? Well, over here in my corner of the world, we have a saying about facts and their relationship to feelings. I'm gonna stop now. Thoughts on Julian Assange? Julian Assange is a as far as I'm concerned, a piece of shit who should not be charged with whistleblowing, because whistleblowing censorship is cuck shit, okay? He's a piece of shit. He hates America. I'm pretty sure that he, like, is like Jimmy Dore or whatever, like different geopolitical interests, sowing disinformation. At least he certainly seems to be comfortable doing that pretty often with a selective release of misinformation. All that crap. But whistleblower's got a whistleblow. Did he smear his shit on the wall in the embassy, or was that fake news? I do not know, and I do not care. Every man has a shit smear moment. I'm not gonna... If I'm gonna criticize him, it's gonna be on something substantial. What was your shit smear moment? Making this channel. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Hey, hey. I said you can't hit me. You... Died to poop twice. I get too greedy. I stick right next to them. Okay. This is all shit. Well, not all shit. Purity is fine. Have I looked into the Texas Stems thing? Maybe. Possibly. Shut up. My God. This run compared to Apollyon is like night and day. Yeah, well, Apollyon isn't limited to just one heart, which is very much to his benefit when it comes to surviving. Don't worry, Sociopathogen. I'm an expert Isaac player. You don't need to tell me. Yeah. Hold it in. Who's better / less bad, Obama or Biden? I think Biden's doing better than Obama, IMO. Like, not huge praise to either, but I feel like... I mean, Obama's had 2 terms, and Biden's been in there for, like, less than a year so far, so it's not a fair comparison. But 2 boss halves means twice as many coins, I think. Same amount of coins. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Was Obama better than Trump? Yes, significantly. Trump was very bad. I've read in a few places that Democrats have a good shot to have a better majority in the Senate come 2022. What are your thoughts? That feels like cope to me, but I guess we'll see. Did I see the porn star get kicked out of the TPUSA event? Yeah, and by the way, the porn star who got kicked out of the TPUSA event blamed liberals for it, or leftists or whatever. They were like, this is some kind of left psyop within TPUSA. Holy fuck, the delusion on these people. Jesus Christ, their brains are rotten. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, that's something we're taking. That right there is what we call a super item. When you take it, you get to reset the floor. Do it all over again. How could there be a right-wing porn star? I don't know. Whatever. They're doing their thing, okay? Don't shame. Well, you can shame them for being a conservative, for not being a porn star. Okay. We want purity. We're not really going to get any use out of these curse rooms. I'll take a bomb. And I guess we'll get the tier rate up. Also, I've met a right-wing stripper before. Yeah, well, there are, like, right-wing illegal immigrants. There's, like, a lot of wacky stuff out there, okay? And we'll take the eye drops, then we'll reset. I'll give it a look. Brandy Love equals right-wing porn star. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same logic. All of those, like, conservative trad wife e-girls who say that women need to stop working and go find, like, a family to raise, but all they do is stay on their computer making a fuck ton of money with, like, no relationship and no children or anything, you know? I'm really not trying to call anyone out here. Why reset a floor versus advancing onwards? One more floor to harvest items from. Ooh. Look, we're a wizard. Shooting tears every which way. Do you think Binding of Isaac would benefit from a timer element? Nah, this game requires a lot of thought to play out properly. I'm cool with it not having a timer by default. Also, the timer is being able to get to Boss Rush and Hush. Boss Rush and Hush. Yeah, that's the timer element. I mean, you can see a timer here, but those are the only times it's really relevant. Hey, chill. Cool it. Chill out. Bibiki is an Israeli Zionist neo-fascist in the ULP community. Thank you for that wonderful information. I'm not sure what to do with it exactly, but I'm glad I have it now. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, that's cool. We'll take the finger. Thanks. It does a small amount of ticking damage in the direction you pointed. It's kind of an unnerving item, just having this finger wobbling around. Like, ooh, you know? Is Brimstone a keeper what I think it is? Probably. Oh. Is it mostly a cursor? No, it does damage to everything in a line. See? No! What the fuck was all that? Jesus. What are your thoughts on the political streamer Vosh V? This chop kind of sucks for a fucking XL floor. I don't know. I think he's kind of cringe. Kind of dumb, to be honest. Yeah, Revus, I'm playing it with Hyena. Come on. Come on. You gotta debate the Zionist fascist guy. I don't know who you're referring to. Who is this person? Why do I care? There are lots of Zionist fascists out there. So, not too uncommon an element. Also, I hope you all are enjoying Retrovision. What do you think about Chomsky seemingly siding with Aaron Mate when it comes to the OPCW report? He doesn't. Don't buy into their narrative. Chomsky hasn't sided with Aaron Mate in the OPCW report. He's only saying that there are inconsistencies that he would like resolved through further analysis. He is not doing what the Gray Zone is doing, which is saying that all of this is a plant and all those Syrian people either didn't die or were fake actors or they were planted there or actually was done by the US and actually the only reason it was done was so they could justify the bombing of 3 locations. That Chomsky is not doing any of that. They would like you to believe that he is. I'll just bomb here. Probably not. Will I get more money over the long run through this? I might. Maybe. We'll see. Come on. Nickel. When are you getting a dual PC set up for the gaming streams? The only games I really want to play that need it are like Warhammer and Subnautica, so it's not a huge immediate priority. Just kind of waiting for graphics cards to go back on sale, but like they're not gonna, so maybe I should just fucking buy a pre-build, strip it the way Sandra Holt told me. Okay, you guys excited for Warhammer Total War 3? Huh? Huh? Come on, fighting at the Brass Fortress? The Chaos Demons abound? Look pretty sick. This one zooms twice. No, this one zooms 4 times. That's double twice. That's gotta be. Whoopee! Whoopee! Okay. Interesting. Yeah, sure. How slow is our shot gonna be? Oh, that's so slow. What do the items do? Well, we got one that does us a lot of damage. This is not run 1, not even close. The health situation needs to be set. What do you think of the Fallout games? Do you like them? I dislike them if you do. Fuck you. Good, Boblato. Of course, I already have all the DLC. Total War Warhammer 3 is looking so cool, man. I hope there's some stuff they change, but, like, man. I'll just get the bombs for funsies. Okay. Hold on. Just watch the Paul's ego thing. Poor dude. Yeah, I feel bad for Paul Zigo, because he has been so consumed by pessimism that, like, there's not even a rational thought process going on up there anymore. The thing that really bugs me is just the sheer unmitigated spite that he reserves for me when I've only ever really been kind to him. Like, I'm not, like, a super nice person to people who I disagree with on Bernie or Bust stuff. I'm normally pretty mean to them. I was really nice to him and respectful towards him because it seemed like his cynicism was a product of, like, genuine emotional, like, distress and, like, a genuine, like, sort of sense of pessimism over the whole thing, rather than this stupid, LARPy internet, like, distinctive behavior shit that I see so often, you know? But he has not returned the charitability. Okay, so the thing about Mom's knife is you charge it to shoot it out, but even when you're not charging it or shooting it, it's right here in front of you, see? You can hold it right out in front of you, like so. Because I have quad shot, I shoot 4 knives, they come right back to you. You can start charging again once they return. The main thing about Mom's knife is that it does, like, infinity damage. It just murders everything that it touches. It is an unbelievably potent damage multiplier. Even if you're just holding it in front of you. hate these fucking guys. Ugh. And that will help us a lot. Speed up and shot speed up. Wow. Wow, that helps. Oh my god, that helps. Thank you, Sailor. Okay, that's health for us. What do we got in here? Nope, that's not worth it. Damage down, though? It don't matter. It's fine. We'll still do plenty of damage. Am I going to do a Twitter pool for the next game again? Maybe. Seems like a fun democratic thing to do. We're missing on a lot of coins here, but this floor is really dangerous, so sometimes it just can't be helped. Got the dime. Just hold the knife out in front. They walk right into it. I don't want to play No More Heroes now. Metroid Dread? Maybe. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Range and tears up, yes please. That's for sure. We now charge very quickly. What we really need is damage up. Spawn these two. Can't hurt. Very nice. Okay. We'll get more options. We'll come back here soon. Ooh, they're over a gap, so I can't get it. I need flying. Okay, let's see how much damage we can do against a boss. What do you think about the Steam handheld? It looks cool. People seem excited. I don't really do handheld gaming, so... And there was the boss. And that's with 2.52 damage. Essentially nothing. It only goes up from here. Here's a damage up. Oh, I want flying, but I don't have the money. Oh, I want the flying so badly. I could leave and attempt to come back, but there's only a 1 in 3 chance that it's still here. But I want the damage. We'll see if it stays. It didn't stay. Is there a reason you don't like to stream multiplayer games? I don't know. I like games to have a, you know, a nice narrative arc as we play it. Now, I'm breaking that rule a bit with this, but, you know. Maybe I just don't like it. Okay, come on. You all just want me to play more Amogus. Oh, nice. Golden penny. Come back. Come back. 4. Okay, 4. Not much. Whatever, I got the nickel. I don't care. Did Vosh have an Among Us phase? I played it a couple times on stream, but it's not really my type of game. My favorite Mafia-style game ever was, like, in StarCraft 2's custom map editor. That one was a lot of fun. There were so many cool games to play. And there you go. That's with the damage up. Hope you enjoyed the boss while it was here. This will give us a little bit of damage up. It might just be nice for that. Tiny little damage up. I'll take it just for that. Free dime. Ooh. So much money. Have you played Town of Salem? I think I played it with a friend once. I think? Yeah. Alright. Let's head on back. Have I played so much? No, but I've spoiled the game for myself. Why are you also interested in knowing which games I've played? Okay, well, we have plenty of money, so we'll get Betrayal. And we'll get Eyesore. And what that does is it sometimes shoots out extra tiers. See, look. Not just the 4 in that one direction, but also, like... You see what I mean. And I'll take the backpack, just in case we ever get any active items. Alright, so I'm no longer answering any questions about which games I've played. You've all taken it too far, okay? It's gone too far in here. Chariot? That's nice. I know I could get that if I went back and got the Lost Effect. Basically at max speed, so I will keep my money. Bomb into Curse Room? I don't want to. I forgot to. Darkness! Darkness. Who said that? Meta Knight in Brawl? I have a memory. Don't you kill me. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay. 2 nickels. Okay. Is your music dock forever abandoned? Nothing is forever abandoned. I'll get to it, Blablato. Oh my god. Game is being very kind to me today. How much longer are you gonna stream? I think we're like halfway through today's stream. We got a while to go, friends. I wanted my goddamn shop. But if you all are mean to me, then I'll end early. You know how it goes. We're going to end up hitting 99 coins in this floor, aren't we? Thankfully, I actually just got some new, more protein bars, so, my growing hunger is something I am capable of alleviating without ending stream. Thank you for your participation in this video game, Chubbs. But your health was nowhere near high enough to face me. Is the whole stream going to be gaming? Yep, it's a game stream! Are the out-of-context clips we see on Twitter holding your channel growth, or is it more that people are disinterested? Channel growth is an up-and-down thing. Very rarely is there consistent channel growth, unless your channel is, like, super, super huge and always on the inside track of the algorithm. There have always been out-of-context clips circulating about me. All we gotta do is chill and make good content, and stuff will happen. Even if everything stopped right here, I'm very proud of what I've done, very happy with what I've accomplished. It's hard for me to complain. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. But it's not going to stop right here. Duck and weave. Damn, we are really stacking and attacking. And I'll read Donna shortly. What if I was the only viewer? Then at least I'd know you care. Thinking about running for the 2024 election, if only. Give me a protein bar. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. That's just life, Allison Grinder. Yeah, I'm doing it. Fucking insta-killing everything anyway. So good. I'll talk more when I'm done eating my protein bar. Remember, if you don't have anything nice to say, you shouldn't say anything at all. And all I have to say is... We're doing it. All right. You people. Okay, gotta go to the second alt floor. Here's where we die. This floor sucks. What? Fucking sneaking up on me. Gabby. What is this? Nah. Huh. We need to find a place to spend this goddamn money because we have too much of it. God, Mom's knife is so OP. No, I didn't mean to pick that up. Golden razor. The fuck does that do? Chat? Increase the damage during the room? No, that's the other one. Hold on. Grants 5 points in first pickup. When used, consumes 5 points and gives damage for the rest of the room. Wait, that's dope. For us? We've got lots of money. That's sick, actually. If you think about it. The stabby rib is basically just the pointer finger again. So we'll get that. And I guess we'll get this because it's a luck up. I mean, we got tons of money. We like donate? Alright. Really, I mean, our damage is set. It's really just a matter of whether or not we can avoid dying. And for that, I want two things. I want a way of generating coins inside of the boss rooms, A. And B, I would like some goddamn flight, please. All we have to do is get hit twice in a row to end this run. Like, that could legit be it. Like, it could be over in a second, you know? How many hours would it take to 100% this game? That is really up to how good you are, you know? But quite a few. I mean, there's a lot of unlockable content in this game. I really don't have a take on the hippy dippy shit. I wasn't there. I haven't watched it. I don't really watch streams other than my own. I heard there was kerfuffling. I condemn any and all kerfuffling. I saw like 2 seconds of it, and it looked like a giant drama shit show. Come on. Don't you fucking fart on me. Thanks. Tears up, yes please. But I kerfuffle all the time. I do kerfuffle all the time. That is true. Yeah, I heard my man Zan got shafted. Free Zan. That's my opinion, okay? Time to do this. Now I'm having my post-protein bar mint bath. Well, obviously biased, but Demon Mama was done dirty. IMH show? I'm sure. It's not hard to dodge her, but you gotta make sure you have the room to. What happened to the knife? We have it, don't worry. You lose all items in this sub area. I saw Beastars Season 2 like 6 months ago. Yeah. Isn't Beastars a furry anime? Yes, it's a pretty good one too. And we did it. Back to all of our items. No doubt, Shu. You got furries. You got scalies. Actually, I don't think you do. I think you just have furries. You have No, you have scalies. Yeah. Yeah. What are your take on furry aesthetic and culture? All right, here's my scaldingly hot take, okay? I don't know if you guys are ready for it, but I'm gonna hit you with it anyway, okay? And I'm right. Fursuits look like really dumb, and I don't get it. However, furry art is consistently pretty good. Pornographic and non-pornographic. I mean, obviously they make good porn, but even like non-porn projects they do looks pretty good. Fursuits, I was just never able to get it. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Did you know about known Jimmy Dore fan video server Skydiver making a leading left video, then posting literal Nazi shit? Yeah, I saw this. It's another Jimmy Dore type. Yeah, I saw this. There was even worse than this, I think. They're a Jimmy Dore type, why I'm leaving the left, blah blah. She calls everyone a cuck, and she's like a woman, which I guess is really unique, because in this space, most of the people are like virgin men. And then she started talking about like Jews and Zionists and globalism and stuff, like, right after. It's pretty wild. Like, it happened immediately, you know? Condone the Cub shit, though, right? Yeah. Do I have to do it? Wait, I don't think... I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people who are furries aren't into, like, the Cub shit. If I was like... I went to France, and I thought Paris was really pretty, you'd be like, but you condemn the child sex trafficking there, right? And I'd be like... Yeah? Yeah, I guess? Wait, condone or condemn? Wait, condemn! Oh no, that was designed to get me to clip it. I mixed them up. I got baited. Paul Zigo, just tweeted about you. I'm sorry, I meant to put condemn, I'm sorry. Revoose, you did this on purpose! It's all over for me, boys. Haven't watched this, no plan to, but I did peruse the comments. A whole army of 20-something base memers engaging in armchair psychoanalysis of your truly political optimism at its finest. Oh yeah, my dude, mental breakdown memes. Lost respect, emotional, irrational, based. He's having a pessimist relapse, my memers. He's afraid of the massive change AOC and Biden have brought upon us. You know... Screenshotting comments from the video without watching the video and then complaining about them on Twitter doesn't do much to dispel the accusations of unwellness brought about by the YouTube chatters. I can't believe you fucking baited me with that condone condemn thing. Jesus fuck. Condominated. True. Nice, Pushy Soda. You got a vaginoplasty? Is a vaginoplasty a catch-all term for any kind of vaginal plastic surgery? Like, I don't know if you mean, like, you got a vulva trimmed, or if you got, like, a whole fucking new, fresh pussy. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad it went well. Okay. Yeah, a toasty new pussy, you know? Hey, hey, hey! Fuck! Come on, come on. God, the same enemy! Okay. Imagine having a dusty pussy. Imagine not having a fresh one. Imagine being cis, having the same old pussy your whole life. Honestly. I'm just playing fun. Don't... Anytime I make jokes like this, I worry if there are any people in the audience who are so desperately insecure that they'll actually try to, like, take some serious personal meaning from what I'm saying, you know what I mean? I don't know what the mystery item is, and I kind of don't want to test. Okay. Well... Hex Zero's good, I think. Shouldn't that make little arcs between our knives? Am I wrong? We'll see if it does anything when I hit an enemy. I don't want that. I don't need that, because the golden razor is going to be what I use in the final fight. We're going to go for Beast, guys. We're going for the, oh, for Mother. Sorry, for Mother. Some consider her the hardest fight in the game. I actually find Beast harder than Mother. Because it's so much longer. It's easier to make a mistake. If you've got really good damage, you can actually run through Mother pretty quickly. Yeah, many people are saying this. Oh. What if the Charlie uses the condone clip in the debate? Shut the fuck up. Mausoleum 1. Oh god, this guy. This guy stays like a fart in an elevator. Way too long. Well, normally he does at least, when you don't have, like, a sickening amount of damage. I want flying! Let me have flying. I guess there's no point in continuing to search this floor, right? What other thing could I find? Oh, I could find a chest. Which story do you think is sadder, Omori or Binding of Isaac? Omori. Binding of Isaac is, like, sad, but it doesn't have, like, a... There's not, like, a super deep emotional bond that you form with a character that you then get, like, the devastating emotional drop on the way you do with Omori. Omori made me very sad playing it. It was a good game. Oh, I didn't mean to pick up the... Whatever. What's the story of Omori? That's something that I would spoil if I talked about it. I don't want to spoil it. If you guys want to play Omori, you should. It's like 15 bucks and it's really good. You know how people make jokes about, like, indie, Earthbound-inspired RPGs that are actually about depression? Omori's like the king of those. But it's really good. Alright, alright. God damn, what do you want? Okay, Book of the Dead is a pretty good defensive item. When a bunch of enemies die in a room, you can use it to raise up some bones. And... Oh, no way. Oh, for sure, dog. Absolutely. My charge was almost too fast. Now we have double damage. That I want debates tonight? Oh no, Vermin. Who challenges? Who requests? Eh. I'm just waiting on some kind of context. I really, really want some way of dropping someone who claims to be a far-righter wants to debate your pro-Israel and anti-transgenderism takes. So they're pro-Israel? Wait, is this the person in chat? Seriously, the seed, we need it? I know you need my seed. So's your mom. Is this the person who was in chat? They're Bibsky on Discord. Oh, they are that person. They're pro-Israel and anti-trans. Yeah, you know, fuck it, yeah. As long as they're nice and they don't mind me getting distracted during the mother fight, which is gonna come up soon. Yeah, have them just DM me on Discord, okay? If they're in the server, should be able to. Right. 1 health. Ugh, okay. Jesus, this fucking character. I told them to DM, but they have to walk their dog? Is that what I read? What did Vermin say? I'm not scrolling up. Tell me. I demand it. Oh, their picture is a dog. Okay. Alright. Oh, I see it. Hello, I am Bipsky. If that is your real name. Hello?
Hello? One sec.
Hello.
Can you hear me correctly? Is my audio good?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Alright.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
That's awesome. We can both hear each other. Communication is the first path on the step to the friendship, right?
I totally agree. Communication is always good.
Yeah. So wait, the person in chat who was saying you would like epically own me in debate, was that you, or do you have a handler here, like a cheerleader?
I have a few handlers.
Well, that's nice. That's
cheerleader
really awesome.
from ELP. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like inspired by it because I was worried it'd be you, but if it's like your friends and stuff, I think that's actually really cute. I hope you're all having a good day. All right, what is the subject of contention? What would you like to talk about? Oh wait, hold on. I hear an echo. Do you have earbuds that you can plug in?
Someone was trying to call me. I'm sorry. Okay, there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Trying to fucking people already trying to troll me. All right. So yeah, I wanted to debate on Israel, and I kind of just want to really focus on Israel. I am a Orthodox Jew, but just what I wanted to focus. I kind of mentioned transgenderism, if that's something you want to talk about, but just primarily Israel. I think some of your takes on Israel, specifically about how Palestinians are restricted from citizenship or voting, I don't think that's true. That was kind of maybe the first thing you want to talk about.
For sure. Wait. This is gonna have to be something I have to pull up some windows for. All right, just a moment.
Oh yeah. Actually, let me make sure I have some stuff, some evidence as well. I don't want to just be saying a bunch of shit out of my ass.
Yeah, here we go. I think this may have been what I was referring to. I'm not sure what specific stream or video you're referring to here, but following the 1980 amendment to Israel's nationality law, Palestinians are strictly legal citizens of the State of Israel. They have passport citizenship rights, but are excluded from several aspects of the Jewish welfare state, and are therefore denied equal, quote, democratic citizenship. So it's kind of like a second-class citizen thing, you know?
Okay, well, real quick, that's exactly kind of the way that you kind of characterize it. I don't think is very correct. There is a proposed citizenship model that people can go through as Arabs. There is some restrictions on the welfare state depending on what your status is or how long you've been in the country. But there's been a decision given, or a proposed citizenship given, to people who are under annexed territories and are allowed to vote. The Golan Heights is the most prominent example I can talk about. Just those citizens were introduced to citizenship, were given, or I'm sorry, proposed to give citizenship. Many denied it, but they do have the opportunity to become part of Israel.
Right. Oh, there's that, and also Palestinians living in the non-annexed portions of the West Bank aren't citizens, so they don't have voting rights in Israel, but they are subject to movement restrictions of the Israeli government, which can mean they can't use some roads, for example, or like they have the whole passport checkpoint system. It's, it's a big fuss there. But I mean, so we've already established that there is not only are there some people here who have no citizenship rights, there are also people who are just like second-class citizens. I mean, that's probably worth complaining about, right?
I know the three-tier system does exist. We don't have to deny that. As I know, a lot of opponents of Israeli foreign policy talk about Israel, then the West Bank, then Gaza, right? The Gaza is hard to travel to Israel. You need to first go to the West Bank, or then from the West Bank maybe you can actually find some sort of access to Israel. But it's hard. The more, basically, the lower you are in the system, the worse you are off. But I think that itself is just a system to prevent terrorism. I mean, we can talk about some sources about how current U.S.-Israeli alliance has been very effective at stopping terrorism. How I think the Israeli state itself is very effective at stopping terrorism from the West Bank or Gaza from entering into Israel and other countries from the West.
I mean, yeah, you have the whole Iron Dome thing too. It's a pretty tremendous expenditure of state resources when you could just not oppress the Palestinians and thus eliminate
the Iron Dome. Well, the Iron Dome is not an exactly extremely effective. It's a very effective. It's not exactly an extremely effective system for. I mean, I think Israel and the United States itself have both conducted reports on the Iron Dome system. It's not an extremely it's not going to prevent every single missile. I'm pretty sure you will acknowledge that as well. But the Iron Dome has been kind of crumbling for years now because the Palestinians that are conducting rocket attacks, which are many tens of thousands of rocket attacks, can be conducted by Hamas right now, can definitely slowly and surely try to overwhelm the system. And I would argue.
So wait, let's back up a couple of steps first, right? So Hamas does bad things. I'm not going to deny that. Oh wait, do you have earbuds that you could use? Because I do hear an echo on my end when I speak sometimes. Your microphone peaks.
I'll look for some real quick, but in the meantime, I'll try to be quiet while you talk.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate it. So with regards to Israel, so I don't know why you took issue with the initial claim that I made with regard to the Palestinian citizenship thing, when it seems like you acknowledge the three-tier system, that there is a degree of systemic discrimination against Palestinians with regards to their citizenship, and in other respects too. I mean, it's not just that. There's water diverted from the West Bank. I mean, there's the whole movement and travel thing, the checkpoints, the borders, you could talk then about the non-legal forms of discrimination. I mean, the actual biases of the population. There's a lot going on there. When it comes to like Hamas, you know, the common like war on terror argument that people tend to use here is, you know, we need to be hard, we need to be strong against Hamas. But like, why not solve the socioeconomic problems that created Hamas? People support Hamas in Palestine because they feel like their existence is being threatened by Israel, which it is, I mean, objectively. So they turn to extreme and unethical methods. But if we stopped fucking the Palestinians, we might not have public support for Hamas, you know?
Well, I don't exactly believe that. I think that in many ways, people don't exactly understand how the U.S.-Israeli alliance works, or why the United States protects Israel, how Israelis' security apparatus actually works. If you actually look at how the current MOU system works, the Memorandum of Understanding, the way that entire arms agreement worked, and how the way that the Obama administration as well has provided a certain equipment to Israel. I can send you a source. I can just DM this to you. But just about this is Yair Lapid. But I will just want to talk about real quick, just like how this MOU system and how these arms sales are specifically going towards these counterterrorism measures. There's been estimates from scholars that the current way that Israel does its system has saved thousands of lives. And that, like, we just have to acknowledge that the West Bank and Gaza Strip is not a form. It's not like it is directly caused from Israeli attacks. I can agree to some extent.
How is it not, though? I mean, you saved thousands of lives from the consequences of a political conflict that you're kind of responsible for. I mean, even Hamas has said that withdrawing to the 1967 borders, along with a few other things, and that's their demand, you know?
Well, I'm just saying that Hamas, when they say that, or when they try to make those claims, it is a veneer of negotiation that they will never even accept.
Well, how would you know? Israel has never made any concessions on its borders that it wasn't forced to.
Well, I mean, there was concessions to the to the Palestinian Authority in early 2000 under the in the 90s under the Labor government. There was concessions given during that time, and the reason why that collapsed was because because of massive terrorist attacks that did happen to Israel during that time. I'm not
From
saying
my
that
perspective, what you're saying is like, I'm proud of the United States frontiersmen for preventing so many thousands of deaths by Indian raids on our settlements. You know? Like, that's how this feels to me. Like, I get it, but like, we don't need to be here. We can be somewhere better by not doing this game. Hamas will continue to exist as long as there are Palestinians who are under Israeli oppression. So you can either end the oppression by giving them their country back, or you can end it by killing all of them. But eventually, that's the choice you're going to have to make, because things aren't going to, they're not going to fix themselves. You can't just keep a population in an open air concentration camp like this. You have to settle this.
Well, for example, the 1967 lines are simply not going to happen. That would obviously displace Israelis who do not want to live under the Palestinian Authority.
Did you ask the Palestinians whether they wanted to be displaced and live under Israeli rule?
I'm saying, well, during that entire expansion, the reason why that happened was also because of terrorist attacks. I think that if you want to find a way to get Israelis to stop being so radical on the borders or about expansionism, you first need to support the massive arm deals in the way the memorandum of understanding itself proves, and the entire research there proved that the entire Israeli-U.S. agreement and intelligence and counterterrorism operations saved thousands of lives and prevented dozens of terrorist attacks.
Sure, that's fine, but you're causing the terrorist attacks. I mean, this is why Netanyahu funded Hamas.
I know, the Oslo Accords, the Oslo Accords were signed, and there were massive concessions given to the Palestinians during that time. The reason why this was reversed is because terrorist attacks continue to happen, and
they will continue to happen. It won't stop. But it's just funny to me that you're like, dude, the 1967 borders will never happen. You'd have to displace Israelis. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know our moral compass was kicking in now. Like, I didn't know displacement was off the table, you know? Like I said, you either make real concessions to the Palestinians, real concessions, full legal autonomy and statehood, or you kill all of them. But in the meantime, I'm not going to be impressed with the military might it takes to solve problems Israel is causing. And if you say the solution is to stop violence and then maybe we can have a real talk, I ask you, how many Palestinians have died because of Israel compared to how many Israelis have died because of Palestine? And who needs to stop what?
By the way, Vosh, we already do know there has been, of course, dozens of suicide bomber attacks against Israel. I hope you can acknowledge that there has been Arabs who have gone. I'm not saying that there needs to be this massive military state, but I'm saying the reason why there is not just because of external pressures, is because of internal pressures as well. The suicide bombs that happened against Israelis in Jerusalem, dozens of people died. I think that
thousands of Palestinians have died. So do they then get the right to continue attacking you, like you keep attacking them? Let's work on the fundamentals here.
Okay.
Do you think that having been displaced and attacked by a population means that you have an infinite right to continue to engage reprisal against them?
I'm saying that this because look, right away, we should discuss that. I don't think that Israel has always used 100% of its force against the Palestinians. That simply is not true. I think that even Operation... they haven't, though. They haven't used all their they do not constantly bomb.
Well, they're a nuclear power. If they used all their military force, then the West Bank would be glass. I'm not saying they've used all their force. I'm saying Israel has killed far more Palestinians than Palestinians have killed Israelis. I don't know the statistics on how many Palestinians I agree there probably is in the realm of thousands of people, but when you're in such condensed areas, that I don't think Israel is responsible for the Oslo Accords failing, and then eventually there being Hamas rising up in the government, and why would Hamas not rise up?
Group that constantly threatens Israeli rights and authority.
Like, why would Hamas not exist when people like you are what they're dealing with? You don't seem to actually. Hold on, wait. the standard by which you're applying the right to self-defense is wildly biased here. You can't displace Israelis. That'd be wrong. No word on what you did to the Palestinians, you know? They engaged in violence against us, so we can attack them back. But you've engaged in far more violence against them than they have against you. In an environment like this, where it seems like your enemy is an overwhelming and irrational genocidal threat, Palestinians are going to turn to forces like Hamas. Always, reliably, they will. They will always go back to it. Because why wouldn't they? From their perspective, they're just dying slowly in a camp, slowly being boiled away by an infinitely more powerful country.
I'm saying that Israel can be I'm saying that Israel's a very powerful country, but I don't think that you should completely withdraw all responsibility from the Hamas, and that how there has been terror threats that are, again, have been in Israel internally for decades, and that every single time you ignore the attack, and that what?
How do you want to fix it then? I know there are terror threats. How do you want to fix it?
Memorandum of understanding. Lapid has talked about how there has been massive studies on this, and how there has been multiple times that there is not a sort of like that. Even if you do believe that Palestinians are being constantly oppressed, or that there's issues with, or you have issues with the security measures they take against Palestinians, I don't think that's true. But even if you do believe in that, you first need to find a way to make Israelis less scared of real internal threats that do kill, that have the possibility of killing hundreds of people.
Couldn't I just say the Palestinians need to be made to feel safe? You kill way more Palestinians than they kill Israelis. Couldn't I turn to the Palestinians and say, you can keep doing what you're doing. Hamas is justified because Israel won't even stop. Like, Israel keeps killing your people. How can you be held responsible when they keep killing your people, you know?
It's certainly not comparable, though. Israel, at the very least, has the ability to actually give citizenship to the people. There is a sizable population within Israel that has citizenship, that do vote and do have rights, and that have been active participants in Israeli democracy for decades.
What does that have to do with the ongoing deaths and conflicts?
It's similar to a KKK organization, though, because it is simply put, it does want to strip away rights of Jewish people. That is simple.
Wait, let's take please, let's take a few steps back. So right now, Israel is stripping rights from Palestinians. It's not a hypothetical. It's not just a few radicals. It is your state which is doing this. There are Palestinians which are anti-Semitic. There are Palestinians which want to attack or systemically oppress Jewish people. I don't agree with those sentiments, but it's a little bit hypocritical of you. It's just a little hypocritical for you to say, like, these guys are like a terrorist group. They're like the KKK when you're doing the thing that you say they will do if you give them the power to do it.
No, I'm saying that Israel has never been to that extent. Even if you believe that they're super oppressive, there are a sizable Israeli Palestinians who identify as such, who do accept that term, who do feel a part or somewhat akin to the state of Israel.
What does that have to do with the relative amount of harm done from Israel to Palestine and vice versa? More Palestinians have died. So in terms of the damage tally, far more Palestinians have died. About, from what I can see, from 2000 onward, about 87% of deaths have been Palestinian. So it's like 1 to 8.
I just
want to say, in terms of the actual existing harm, far more Palestinians are dying. They're the ones who are kept in this horrible, locked-in, like, transportation-denied camp where Israel controls their water, controls access to medical supplies. They die more often. They're the ones being actually oppressed. They're the ones who were forced to leave their homeland. They're the ones who were displaced. Like, every negative thing that has happened, you did to them. So it's odd for you to then go, well, they might do it to us if we don't do it to them harder. The question I have for you is, why? How do these arguments land convincing to a Palestinian? You kind of come off like a crybaby, like you're doing everything wrong and then saying you're justified because they might do something wrong if they had the chance, which they don't because they're weaker than you.
I'm saying that is simply not true, though. The Gaza Strip exists due to a form of concessions that Israel tried to make. Again, the Oslo Accords and how Gaza is run and how this three-tier system came to be is out of concessions. I'm saying that beforehand.
You're not responding to my argument. So
I'm saying that there
I
has been
agree.
legalization of
Israel
the
hasn't
conflict that
literally
violence will
nuked.
happen from Hamas and Palestinians. I'm saying that if you really want to prevent this violence, there needs to be first a way to find ways to be counterterrorism. Are you for or against the United States arms deals, for example, with Israel? Do you support that they send billions of dollars to Israel to stop terrorism?
Well, hold on. Just, I know Israel has not nuked Gaza. That's very nice of them. But that doesn't really speak to my broader point. When you're the agent of violence and death and oppression, you don't get to say, well, the reason why things haven't gotten better is because the other group is doing a fraction of the harm that we are. It comes off really hypocritical. Am I a fan of, like, the weapons deals? No. Israel's basically just like a military base of the U.S. You need to sort your own problems out. First and foremost, you need to start treating Palestinians like people. You need to stop treating them like some giant multi-million person terrorist cell and start treating them like what they are, an oppressed population that has been underserved by your government. If you start doing that, you take it seriously and you give it a few decades, Hamas, their support, their popularity, it's going to absolutely plummet because the people will begin to believe there's a route for them forward that doesn't involve suicide bombings. They'll begin to believe the route forward involves diplomacy.
Exactly, though. You're saying that, okay, there's a fraction of violence, but there's still some level of oppression. I'm saying that even when concessions were given, that it didn't improve the situation. And that if you are correct, that if you do give concessions to the Palestinians, and that is going to help them, why didn't the Oslo Accords work? Why were there even more suicide bombings once those Oslo Accords were triggered? It's because they felt emboldened. And in order to stop that, in order to find
Israel
a way
could
to
just like change the transportation rules, right? Like you don't need Palestinians' permissions to stop oppressing them. This is like really pathetic, dude. Dude, wait, hold on, wait, please. It's like you've spent. Wait, hold on. Wait, please. Israel spent the past half century oppressing Palestinians. And you're like, oh, we tried one time, and like it didn't go great, so like whatever. Guess we'll just keep this going forever. Like this is really weird. What, like, what's your solution? Seriously, is it you're gonna just out-military?
I told you that if you find ways, again, like I have to keep on bringing this up, but the arms deal that the Obama administration pushed, but also the entire memorandum that they were passing and talking about, again, the memorandum
of those arms.
They're going to find ways to do counterterrorism and intelligence measures. It is not an extremely
just keep the Palestinians oppressed in their like concentration camp and like wait for them to breed terrorist cells, and then you kill the terrorist cells. Israelis die, Palestinians die.
That isn't what happens. That isn't what happens, Vosh. What happens
currently what happens right now and has been happening for decades.
I'm saying that Israel right now already sends massive amounts of humanitarian equipment to Gaza. Okay, for example.
Not really. They deny humanitarian aid. They bomb hospitals.
Sorry, what?
No, they bomb hospitals. They deny humanitarian aid. They've shot medics. The idea that Israel is like the beneficiary of, or like the benefactor in this instance is not the case. This is like I'm just saying you're cycling through like every excuse that every tyrannical power has ever used to suppress another one. Like literally, like you're doing it in real time. We could talk about Americans and the Native Americans. We could talk about like any group in history. You're running through all of it. We need to do this because they pose a threat to us, ignoring the fact that you pose way more of a threat to them. We need to do this because our actions have made them angry, and that anger makes them hard to work with diplomatically. So let's just keep doing what we're doing. What do we do? Let's just use more weapons, more billions on counter-terrorism agents. You know, like this is not a winning solution. What's the long-term game?
I've already sent you information though. Again, this Lapid scholar is very knowledgeable. They've done studies. I've shown.
I'm not saying counterterrorism doesn't help fight terrorism. I'm saying, is that your permanent solution? Pour billions into killing off the radicalized Palestinians who are radicalized because of the oppression you subject them to?
Okay, I'll send you another source. This right here. I'm saying that, for example,
my fundamental question. What's the long-term goal?
I'm saying this Barris 98 evidence showing how peace talk processes such as the Oslo Accord and the prime minister at the time, they simply failed. What happened with the peace process in these attempts, it constantly failed. Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, all were committed to total destruction. When you're dealing with people who do not want to see the state of Israel, you're no longer negotiating with somebody that you can negotiate with.
So this is what I mean. You do just treat all of them like terrorists. First of all, the link wait, you need to calm down. First of all, the link you gave me is to a university paywall page, so I can't actually see it. Second of all, you have not given me an answer to the question. Do you think then all the Palestinians are just like inherently terrorist and anti-Semitic? And then, so wait, how do you, and I need you to listen to this word, solve this problem then? Because you're not going to just delete terrorism from the Palestinian people with anti-terrorism efforts. That's never worked in any group ever, okay? How do you solve this problem? Because your language makes it sound like diplomacy is useless. We've tried everything. All we can do is fight off the endless horde of suicide bombers.
Okay, I already proposed. I said that you first need to institute counterterrorism measures if you want a way to actually have a peace process.
I know that one, but what's the next one?
To actually find a way to actually collapse the Islamic Jihad, for example, that is associated with the Palestinian government. And that if you want to have real discussions with Palestinians, I don't think... What?
You just make more terrorists. There are millions of Palestinians, and as it turns out, being their violent oppressors and then doubling down on it only radicalizes more of them. Christ, can you blame a Palestinian for turning to Hamas when this is what they're going to hear from Israeli people? Like, their people are being systemically annihilated by people like you who don't even think they're like humans. You just think they're like terrorist cells for breeding.
No, because I don't know, Vosh, you're making this association constantly over and over that I'm saying all Palestinians are like this. Of course not. I'm
then
talking
what
about specific organizations.
What do you do to solve it?
I said that I'm saying that there's already extensive, at least attempted humanitarian measures by Israel. They send warnings before they conduct airstrikes. There's different ways that they...
You're not going to solve this problem by Okay, first of all, warning before giving an airstrike is not a humanitarian measure. Second of all, that's not going to fix the problem here, okay? That's like saying it's a humanitarian measure to warn my wife before backhanding her for burning the steak, okay? That's not humanitarian. I'm not being their friend there, okay? You're just trying to commit less of a war crime. All right. So just like you clearly don't have a solution. Your solution here is endless war. I just
told you a solution. I don't know. What's your solution?
What's before airstrikes? Okay, here's the solution. Back off their borders. Restore the 1967 borders. If Israeli people are displaced...
Do you understand what 1967 borders are?
You displaced them. I know what they are. You displaced them.
Then how would the Israelis feel okay about that? If you're worried about Palestinians being radicalized, why would the exact same thing happen if you displace Israelis and did the exact same thing to them?
Because you're currently engaging in a war of extermination with the Palestinian people. You displaced them. It's not your land. For years, for decades now, your expansion has been in violation of international law. The world stands against the war crimes of Israel. This is not a situation where you have a moral equivalence to debate
from. The 1967 borders are now a plausible means, or how the peace process is possibly...
Then be conciliatory. Maybe the 1968 borders. You can span it out a little bit. That was a joke. I understand the borders didn't change like that. You can span it out a little bit, but right now the Israeli government is giving like nothing. Like, you say that there have been efforts at concessions, and certainly there's been part of that to the process, but I'm talking real concessions. That land isn't yours. You took it from people. They're still alive, and they're not going to stop being mad at you.
Okay, but that is, again, I'm just saying that isn't a realistic solution, though. It doesn't matter.
Was it a realistic solution to displace them?
The 1967 borders are completely
realistic to displace them.
Only two borders are from the Nile to the Euphrates, even, okay?
The only reason this is even a question is because you have military power and they don't. If they had the military power, then they would be the ones displacing you, and you would be the ones saying, oh, well, it's not politically feasible of us to ask otherwise. This is literally might makes right.
If you want to have a realistic process, you can't talk about hypotheticals about how we can displace hundreds of thousands of Israelis. That isn't going to fix the solution. You're basically proposing
was
the
it
same
okay
level
for you
of
to displace them?
that you're saying the Palestinians should get. That they should be able to militarily try to occupy and displace Israelis because they got their land stolen.
First of all, I didn't say militarily occupy. You'd be retreating from that territory. because you took it. You kicked people off their land illegally.
What do you mean by illegally, though?
Okay,
There's
so
already been...
So if a person like broke into your house, kicked you out, and then took your house, and you waited like 10 years and then came back and you're like, fuck you, this is mine now, does the person who stole your house get to go like, nah, dude, I like live here now? You live there.
I'm saying that, okay, well, first of all, Palestinians are not subject to that as much as you would believe. Just because a Palestinian rejects all forms of compromise or reconciliation with a court, refuses to go to a court order, doesn't mean they just got displaced. It means that they didn't show up to court, didn't get identification, and just failed to actually exist.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about right now, but they were literally mass displaced by the hundreds of thousands. Like, do you understand why they have contempt for you? Like, I can see you're talking through a grin. I hear it in your voice. And you're like, well, they didn't show up for the court that said that they couldn't be displaced and have their families sent in a march to a concentration camp we built to oppress them.
An individual process, case by case. There's no such thing as family cases that are taken up. That's simply untrue. But also, the 1967 borders, it's supposed to be seen as illegitimate. I don't understand why you're making border claims or how things are being illegal, especially when I can say myself that the true borders are from the Nile to the Euphrates, because that is what historical claims have been, and that's what Israeli people have occupied before.
Historical from when?
That is, well, that would be just like referencing to the Kingdom of David.
Okay,
or
wait,
some
I don't care. The Palestinians that were there when you arrived were living there then. Not in a book from 2,000 years ago, or 4,000, or I don't know.
I'm just saying that. Why would we make this?
They
like,
were right
for example,
there. They were living and breathing in there, and then you kicked them out. I don't know if there's going to be like an end to this discussion, because I think fundamentally you don't really think of Palestinians as people. You think of yourself as a wait, hold on. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying it's what all of your language leads to. Your solution to this is endless war, and you're incapable of understanding how you are the oppressors in this situation, the ones who have the moral obligation to back off.
I'm saying that Israelis have already established an ethnically, like some level of ethnic homogeneity within its current lands. They have universal health care. They have some sort of stable government.
I know. To do with anything that I have said.
I'm saying that I'm just saying this is why it's wrong, because you have this view of Israel as an ultimately, like, only as an ethnic state of only Jews. That simply isn't true. There's Israeli.
I don't think at any point during this discussion I have talked about the ethnography of Israel.
Okay, well, yes, you did. You're saying that it's an ethnic. You're saying that they're kicking Palestinians off. You're saying they're
ethnic. Did you kick Palestinians off their land? Yes, that is true. That's what I said.
No, I don't think that isn't true. I'm saying that they only got deported if they didn't show up to court, if they didn't identify themselves to the state, if they didn't know who you are. When there's massive amounts of terrorist cells in Israel already, where they're doing constant.
This is exactly what I mean. So you think like the 1967 Palestinian exodus, where about 1/3 Palestinians were kicked out of territories captured by Israel in the aftermath of the Six-Day War? Like, they all just didn't show up to court?
Well, they gave plenty of the people that did stay actual form of citizenship. The people that left was simply because they did not like Jews and wanted to get kicked off.
You really don't think of them as people. All of the oppression, oppression that they've gotten from you is earned, because you will twist history into whatever narrative you need to put yourself in a morally superior position. You could do anything to them, and I don't think you would feel any remorse over it. Like, how would you feel?
Yes, I can call you anti-Semitic for saying you should glass Israel, but I don't make
the difference then would be I'm criticizing you for the actual beliefs you have right now, and you'd be criticizing me for a 2.5-year-old.
You literally just said that you're okay with displacing hundreds of thousands of Israelis just because of a self-defense doctrine.
You are currently displacing them. They're displaced. If you didn't want the answer for displacement, then you shouldn't have displaced them. I'm sorry, I can't feel that sympathetic. At the very least, the 1967 borders should be up as a legitimate and respected point of diplomatic negotiation, because the Palestinians don't owe you shit. The only reason Israel gets to be there at all, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, is because there's no logistical way to undo the damage that Israel did. But if it weren't for that, the Palestinians
in Israel for hundreds of years, that isn't a point of discussion. That simply is true.
How long has the state of Israel existed?
I'm saying the state of Israel hasn't existed for a very long time, but I don't think that's an automatic excuse for why the Jewish people don't deserve a homeland.
I'm not talking about the Jewish people deserving a homeland. I'm talking about the oppression of the Palestinian people. This is the crybaby thing, man. You're currently engaging in a war of extinction with Palestinians, but you're always the victim. Every time, it's always you. You're always the victim.
I'm saying that isn't true,
You're just
though.
talking through a smile now, man. I don't care. Have fun, and I sincerely hope you're never elected to a position of power in Israel. All right, we had our fun. I don't know if that was a troll because he was clearly talking through a smile towards the end there, but yeah, that's a sick human being. I don't know if the laughing was like trolling or because he's like the genocidal thing with the Palestinian people, but yeah, it's pretty horrible. Yeah. Could we level the same criticisms of America about natives? Yeah, I'm fully in support of tribes in America being brought back with restitution to the contracts we made with them, with land and power and resources being given to them appropriately. Of course, yeah. It's not about like Jews versus Arabs or like which group is better or anything. It's how do you solve the problems that exist right now? What do you do now today to maximize the quality of life for everyone who comes next? And the conflict between Israel and the Palestinian people is one which is controlled by Israel. Simple as. The Palestinians were there, and Israel conquered a portion of their territory, forced them into exodus, control the borders around the camps where they were allowed to live, deny them power within their government. The Israelis, the state, they are the ones responsible for the current state of affairs, for the most part, and for that reason, they are the ones who need to lay off in order to bring some detente to the situation, to allow diplomacy to reign. The Palestinian people are never, ever, 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 ever going to be amicable to diplomacy when people like that are like repping the Israeli position. I may have misunderstood, but did you mention kicking out Israeli of Palestinian lands? Is that your position, or was that just a slip up? No. Political power should be given to the Palestinian people of the within the 1967 borders. Not if people who live in these areas want to continue living there, but like under Palestinian rule, then that's 100% their right. That's more of a charity given to them than the Israelis gave to the Palestinians. You know? It's a rough situation all around, but yeah. The Kingdom of Israel probably never existed. Oh, I don't care. I don't care for any of those arguments. It's just simple it's just simple conflict resolution. Like, how are you going to stop terrorism from how do you stop the misery in the West Bank? How do you stop terrorism from exacerbating conflict on both sides? Well, it's not going to go away if the Palestinian people continue to live in horrible conditions with very little political freedoms. You know? No. And we're back. All right. What are we up to? We were going for mother, right? Yes. Watch this heart melt. God, that's disgusting. God, that's so much damage. Ban them. They admitted they were trolling. Oh, is that true? Mods, ban them on everything. Darkness. Oh, wait, not darkness? Just dark, because we're in a womb. Why is there a butthole on the ground? That's actually a vagina, and we're crawling up it. Thank you. The funny thing is there are a lot of Jewish archaeologists who don't support the existence of the kingdom. I don't care. I don't get, like, why does it matter? We don't, like, it's no moral claim. Like, the Bible says 1 billion years ago, your great, 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 great. Like, okay, the Palestinians were there that day. Your voice audio is low? No, it's not. Fuck you. Okay. We do, like, infinity damage. I wonder how well the boss armor... Shit. I wonder how well the boss armor is going to hold up here. Could all Italians conquer all Europe, part of Asia, and Africa because in Roman time they owed it all? No, we don't settle land disputes that way. I don't know what the fuck people believe these days. That's okay. Even if it was a troll argument, there are people who believe that stuff unironically. It's always practice. Can I Discord ban? Yeah, for sure. Go for it. Any enemy that leaves a big damage AoE field around itself after dying is such a pain in the ass in this character. I don't know. So, bib key. Uh-oh. Oh, they're pooping. I know this argument doesn't really matter. I was wondering what the definition is for somebody who counts as Jewish. Do you mean religiously Jewish, ethnically Jewish, or culturally Jewish? Because none of them are the same thing. Culturally Jewish is what somebody might say if, like, they don't necessarily, like, practice, but they, but, like, their, you know, customs are informed by, like, a Jewish upbringing, or, like, you know, Jewish people, or whatever, stuff like that. Religiously is easy enough if they practice it. Ethnically, I don't really know ethnically. Isn't it like connection to one of the 58 tribes of Egypt or what? I don't fucking know. Yeah. Some shit like that. So if Israel takes all the land, then the Palestinians try to take it back 1,000 years later, does that make the Israeli land grab legit? It doesn't make it legit. It just would have made it bad 1,000 years ago with nothing to be done today. No, if the land had been grabbed 1,000 years ago, I would not be supporting Palestinians, like, trying to take it back or anything like that. 1,000 years ago? So what, like 50 generations ago? No, I don't care. Oh no. Game is so fucking nerve-wracking. Love all the people who say chat's dead when there have been no posts for exactly like 3 seconds. You know what you could do? You could live and chat up by typing in it and saying something, rather than just saying chat's dead, you know? Like, you could actually solve the problem with talking. I'm very nervous about this fight. We have an obscenely high damage build. I just feel like we're gonna take damage in the first... If we could get, like, any invulnerability, like an Ansys, is it Ansys or whatever? Whatever the rune is. If we could get that, if we could get a card, here's Judgment, just... No. If we could just get... Oh, my Book of the Dead! Oh, shit, I forgot I had that. Well... You know what they say? A cuckold a day? Keeps the Bingus away. I don't know. Why is Vosh so worried when he one-shots everything? Because I'm not going to be one-shotting this. What the fuck is this? A Rottenbeggar? I just unlocked these. Oh, they give flies. That's cute. Is this what the inside of a vagina looks like? Yes. True. Okay, everyone, hold your breath and hope I don't get hit, okay? Oh. Sorry. Yes, massage. Getting Arby's right now? Based. Okay, hold up. Okay, that's phase 1 down. Now I'm gonna stack damage like crazy. Oh my god! No. Yes! Yes! Literally 4 hit! We have 40 damage right now. Okay. Whew. Oh man. Golden Razor saving us. The last hit wouldn't have done it otherwise.
Isaac, what are you drawing? Isaac, let me see it. Give it to me now. This is what you think of me? This is what I am to you? A monster?
No, Mom, I've just...
After all I've done for you, this is how you view me? You think I'm a monster, Isaac? I'll show you a monster!
No, please!
You are just like your father. I can't even look at you. How could you? You are just like him!
Joanna, every time you've popped in, it has been either to give bad political takes or to say this game is depressing.
Give us this day our daily bread. Give us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Cursed Penny. Okay. Wow, well, I think we can do another, folks. Yes, the creator of this game said it's based on his childhood. We've nearly finished Tainted Keeper. No need to get stale, though. We've done Apollyon and Keeper. Lilith is an option. We're not doing this one. Could try Eden again. Lazarus, no. Azazel, we could do Azazel. Well, let's do Lilith. Let's do, Thank you, Posadish. Let's do Lilith, to the chest. Okay, we've done Boss Rush and, Hush. So, this, Lilith can't fire tears, but has a fetal baby connected to her via an umbilical cord that she can shoot out as a big whip and fire tears from. We'll be doing a lot of baby whipping. As you can see, it's a huge high damage AoE attack. Tainted Lilith is one of the easier characters. I'd say maybe one of the easiest in the game. Because, wow, you sure do whip it. Is this scientifically accurate? Yeah, more or less. I believe the hit with the baby whip does 3 times your tear damage, I think. As you can see, it does quite a bit. It's quite a long range, too. It's just a really good base ability. Look at that. We're just popping and dropping. And damage up. How do you unlock her? You have to unlock the secret closet while heading towards the beast while playing Lilith. Hey, JJ Score 123 with the $5. Just got out of a year-long relationship. Is there any chance I could get some advice, last words of encouragement since on day one? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Day one's rough. I mean, the obvious line is that everything gets better with time, and it sounds like super duper obvious, but just remember that it's true. It's so easy to lose perspective sometimes when you reflect on how hard things are, and you're like, it'll never get better. But, like, in a week, it will be, and in a month, it really will be. As long as you engage in healthy behavior, it doesn't linger. And the healthy behavior that you should engage in is pursue your hobbies and your passions, you know? Take a little bit of time to rediscover how you are as an individual, rather than as part of a couple. Spend time with other people. If exercising makes you feel good, like if that's a thing that like you normally, if not enjoy doing, then at the very least take some satisfaction from, then go for it. You'll feel better about that at least. It's important to have, basically in times of big L, you must have the W's to think of, okay? And this can be the W that you build. One of many, I hope. You may construct many W's, hopefully. Some people get a lot of satisfaction out of like doing a bunch of hookups after breaking up. That's really a person-to-person thing. So I can't really speculate, but whatever you do enjoy or whatever makes you feel better, just don't feel bad about it. It's totally okay. As long as you're not like hurting anyone, you know. Yeah, just overall try not to linger. Oh, thank you, Tana. Yes, Poblado. Didn't mean to get hit there. I was looking at chat. Also, sub and donate. That'll make you feel better, yeah. That little follower we have, the big chub with the stupid expression, does a shit ton of damage on, like, big enemies. It just moves really slowly. It's basically like a way to punish really big immobile enemies. That right there is a devil room. Yeah, Alien Alias. Any advice on debating Charlie Kirk? I'll get back to you. Wow, my eyes look freaky. If we move quickly, we can probably get Boss Rush with this build. Getting a damage up early is really, really good. I'll look in here. Ooh, Red Stew. I'll just buy a Soul Heart. Go for Delirium. If I can get Delirium, I'll go for it, but it's a random chance. And I think that's all. Oh. Ow. Delirium is guaranteed if you do Hush. True. We'll see if... Ooh! Double Tears. This will be a damage down, which sucks for, like, the specifics of our build, but we'll be firing Double Tears, so that's cool. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, a lot of people really struggle after breakups. I mean, it varies. I don't think I've ever been the type of person to linger, but that's usually because I try to break up in ways that leave me friends with the people that I've broken up with. I'm still best friends with Hyena, for example. You know, that's how I want it, so... I guess it doesn't feel as, you know, like super sad or devastating or whatever. If you get to maintain the friendship. I've only had one former partner who I wasn't able to stay friends with, and that was the whole breakup at the border scenario that I've rambled about in the past. And that did suck, but I got over that too. Yes, Lilith was the first girl boss. This is true. I hate remaining... stop hitting me. Jesus. Hey, 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 hey. These are some very targeted bounces. I hate remaining friends with exes. It's like, why would I want to regress a relationship? I just cut off and disassociate. Ah, that is not a philosophy I agree with. I don't think you're, like, losing the friendship. It's just like, I mean, like, when a relationship ends, like, you can still be just as good of friends. It's mostly just you don't have the same life plans. And you probably don't fuck anymore, but even that depends on that. Do you prefer open or closed relationships? I can only do open relationships. I wish my damage was still up. I miss having higher damage. Why open? Because I'm a slamma-jamma, okay? That's why. It'll be fine. How do open relationships work? However you want them to work. I don't know. It's really up to you. Do you sleep with the door open or closed? Open for the cats. I agree with Addison. It's hard to remove the association of romantic involvement. I guess it depends on the relationship and what type of person you are. I have been told I have odd views on romance, so maybe I am different than most people in that respect. Yes, pets do hate closed doors, and who can blame them? They are stupid. They don't know what's going on. They think the whole room has disappeared. Where is the... Where's the fucking white fire? Here it is. Jesus. I'm so slow. Do you not look into the void of the hallway at night and realize you've made a mistake? Nope, never. What are odd views on romance? I'm an addict dad fucker, okay? And I don't just fuck the dads, okay? I love each and every one of them, and I can't help it. It's a crippling addiction. Ooh, a dime. I'll check that in a second. Does your dick get tired from all the dad pussy? Oh yeah, for sure. The base of my dick looks like a balloon knot that's been closed shut by all the tight dad pussies that I've balls deeped in. Hey, hey, hey. I have this feeling you're the type that doesn't lie because you're really bad at it. I'd like to think that I'm a pretty honest person, you know? I try my best. Nancy Lucy, no. For me, it's public speaking. That's the special interest. Hey, 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 hey! Hey, Jesus Christ! Holy fuck, you're crowding me! Fuck me! Holy fuck! You feel non-monogamy is something that's more known to you after dating people can do it before, like sexuality? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Look, for me, it's pretty simple, okay? Sex is just like a fun physical activity that you can do with a person. Feels really good. You can be good at it. You can be bad at it. You can be neutral at it, I guess. For me, romance is a totally different thing. I guess I would rather have sex with the people I'm romantic with. I don't really want to be in a romantic relationship. We're not fucking the person. But if I was in a relationship and it was like, oh, well, I love this person, so I can never fuck anyone else for the rest of my life. That's just a very weird prospect to me. I don't really get it. So, Tinted Rock and Mirror Room? Oh, shit. Ah, there it is. Son of a bitch. Why doesn't the LGBT community talk about the split model more? I don't know. I don't know. Personally, I just think that people should take sex less seriously and romance more seriously. That's what I think. And I'm not great, by the way. I'm not like some big romantic or anything like that. I'm really not. I do not lay claim to that, because that would be a lie. But it feels like, so here's something that happens really often in media that I don't really get, okay? So cheating on somebody is horrible, okay? Even in open relationships, you can cheat. Thank you very much, bro. Even in open relationships, you can cheat. Being in an open relationship, it doesn't mean you can't cheat, okay? Cheating's bad, don't cheat, ever, okay? But, like, sometimes I'll see these relationships where, like, the boyfriend and the girlfriend, because this always feels like it's a het, straight, whatever thing, they don't even seem to like each other. They don't do stuff together. They don't have fun, excited, enthusiastic conversations with each other. They don't share many interests. They don't really seem to be friends. But then, and like, that's just life for them. But then one of them cheats. And then, like, that's the end of the relationship. And in my mind, when I see stuff like that, I just think the end of the relationship was a long time ago. It happened a while ago. Like, the cheating was awful. Don't get me wrong, but, like, I feel like a lot of people in relationships put very little emphasis on the importance of friendship. You know? Yeah, Vermin, yeah. Waiting for an excuse to break up instead of talking. You know, if you don't like where you're at, you can just, like, break up. It is a thing that people can do. But I guess it's a pretty tough conversation to have, so... Sunk cost fallacy? Yeah, but that's no way to live life when it comes to relationships, you know? You should stick it out for people that you care about, but there's nothing wrong with backing off a relationship and going like, I don't know if this is working. I love you, and you're my friend, but I don't know if this is working. Like, that's okay. We should normalize those conversations. I tell you, people... Yeah, Vermin. Like, that's what Vermin and I did. Like, yeah, I don't know if the relationship thing is working out, but you're still my best friend. Simple as that. Couldn't have worked better. But a lot of people, like, I don't know if they, like, don't want to have friendships afterwards. Maybe that makes it harder. I need damage. Did I ever stream Hades? Not really. Yikes. Ouchie room. Are we doing Chad advice? This isn't chat advice. This is just regular ass relationship advice. Can you speak on capitalism's effect in solidifying relationships? It's crazy expensive to be single. Well, the state does want you to be part of a pair. Man, a lot of fly items. You should do Chad Vice, though. I'll do Chad Vice when I have visible abs, so I can, like, flex and shit while doing it. Metal Mo, Cassandra Fairbanks is, like, Tim Pool's manager. So she'll be there. I don't know if she'll participate. Do you think Disney movies have permanently fucked some people's understanding of romance and relationships? Maybe some people. I don't know if it's that common, though. The one thing that I will say I fucking hate, like really, really hate, is, you Use the book. I'm waiting to find the boss room. Using the book replaces the item that you get. The one thing that I'll say I really hate, though, I hate people who overemphasize weddings. I do not fucking get it. I know some people think it's some big magical moment. I just do not get it. I just don't. It's not just women either. People say it about girls, but it's not just girls. It's just I don't get it. It's like a fun event, but like, man, some people treat it like the fucking apex of their entire life, and everything before it was just a prelude to it. It's like, oh my god. Do you have a hobby? Fuck all that. Oh, here we are. Christ. Hate the Lost. Or first the Lost. Yeah, I've seen the Olympic athlete beds. I just want a big wedding because I'm trans. The idea of being in a big wedding dress sounds insanely affirming. See, that's your big fucking problem, okay? You're a woman. Hey, I see you're expecting a follow-up, weren't you? No. I'm sorry. I hope you have a wonderful wedding one day. Vosh, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Thoughts, Vosh? Weddings are a huge waste of money. Yeah, sure, but getting married means a lot of tax benefits, so whatever you want. I don't know if I could ever get married. Can't trust these hoes. Oh, nice. Pretty Flies. Awesome. That's a free orbital. It's literally just for show? Well, yeah, it's a ceremony. It is, by definition, for show. Could you find a man? I would never marry a man. I don't know if I could even date a man. Honestly. Sorry. Like, I'll fuck them. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're hot. Just hetero-romantic? Nah, I've been in love with a guy before. It's just... they're just a big hassle, okay? Amy Therese Maldi about Contra. Let me see. This is 28 likes. I don't care. Tell us the story of your love. I've talked about this before, haven't I? Yeah, I've talked about this before. The friend I had in high school who I was super into. I've talked about this before. Could you see yourself moving to NYC? Man, you're just going for it, aren't you? No, sorry. I'm fine. Yes, Wax Newman. But I was I was friends with him at least for like 8 years, so. There was a lot to work off of there. Did he have good pussy? We never had sex. Took a shower with him once. Was he straight? I don't know any straight people. What does good pussy feel like? Well, you know, anal feels pretty much the same. Regardless of the gender of the person you're fucking. Because it's pretty much the same thing, you know? The wonderful equality. Am I a pitcher or a catcher? It is well known that I am a pitcher. Our damage is lacking, but otherwise I feel like we're pretty set. Oh! Little I am error mini room. Oh, nice. Hey. Hey. Oh, wow, thanks. I can't tell if that's a crawl space. I don't think it is. Pussy and ass don't feel the same. I didn't say pussy and ass felt the same. I said ass and ass feel the same. When did I say pussy and ass? God damn it. No, pussy and ass do not feel the same, as a matter of fact. No, it's not. Man ass and woman ass. Or mass and wass, as it's known. Now tell us which is better. It's not... There's no better. Just do what you want, okay? There's no better. It's all fine. What are we getting here? I was kind of hoping for a soul heart. And you have anal without making a mess. Yes. In fact, in spite of many such experiences, I have never seen a mess. That's probably just good luck on my end. But it's possible. Speed down! Speed down. I feel like we're getting into TOS territory. None of this is TOS. None of the Twitch TOS forbids, like, talking about sex. You can't advertise sex or show sex. You can talk about whatever you want. It's all fine. What are your advice on looks? Like, for your asshole? Or like, in general? Yeah, wash your ass, I guess. Have you ever seen a bleached asshole? Only in porn. Not in real life. Doesn't this suck? Yeah, it's like just a spammable AoE. I guess it could be useful in some circumstances. Vermin, is that possible? Bleaching your pussy? Yeah? Okay. Well, good luck. I don't support your journey. Why do we always end up talking about sex? I don't actually think we do as much anymore. It used to be way worse. It used to be way worse. Also, it's fine from time to time. Have I ever eaten ass? Yes, I've eaten ass. As far as I'm concerned, I think that eating ass is like the new standard for what like you can reasonably expect from a relationship. I'll say this much, okay? If I was like dating someone or like fucking around with them, and I was like, "Hey, ever wanted your ass fucked?" and they were like, "No, not really." That's okay. I wouldn't. Like, okay, that's totally fine. However, if I was like, "Hey, do you want your ass eaten?" and they were like, "Oh no," like that to me would be a little weird, you know? That's just my opinion, though. So many wonderful, variable opinions in chat. What's the golden heart? It puts a framer on one of your heart containers. If that breaks, you get some coins. I don't like ass stuff. Am I weird? No, you're all valid. Please stop. Have you ever had your ass eaten? Yeah, of course. Look, the only thing I'm gonna say is if I say this and your answer is like, what about the shit? that's why I don't eat ass, then I hope you're either joking or, like, memeing. Because the alternative would be you're revealing some very unfortunate stuff about your own personal hygiene, okay? This is not the strongest build I've had. It would be like, it'd be like if like, it's okay if it's not your thing, you know, but it'd be like if somebody was like, hey, you know, I like feet and I want to kiss your feet. And you're like, ugh, what about all the like dog shit and blood and like heroin needles on the foot, you know? Like, isn't that gross? Like, you like taste that? Like, it speaks a little more to you. Do we want to stop hitting me, please? Thank you. What if I possibly have IBS? I'm not your fucking camp counselor. Work your own life out. Jesus, fuck. Tell me I can do anal wash. I believe in you. How deep must one swap? Okay, how about this? All of the fucking anal virgins in chat, how about you use Google? Okay? Jesus fuck, okay? I don't want to be responsible for a fucking epidemic of overconfident virgins, okay? Just... Oh my god. I'm on a school account. I can't. Dude, school's not blockwashed. Oh, jeez. Have you ever fucked somebody in a public place? Yes, tastefully. Okay? There are responsible ways to do that sort of thing. Technically, isn't fucking while skydiving like the ultimate fucking in a public place? That'd be quite the ride, you know? Yeah, international. If you like, how would that be possible? There are literally videos of it, like on porn sites. Is the sky public? Can you look up into the sky? And if so, then yes. It's public for the purposes of this definition. Oh, hey, less virgins tonight? Good. The cream of the crop are rising. Can we get soul hearts in here? Please? We can get this. Oh, thank you, Venus07. I really appreciate the kind words. Why is her head bumpy? We took growth hormones. Sure. Give me a little buddy. Little spewer puking buddy. Blech. How do I go about tastefully having sex in a public place? Isn't the ultimate dream for public fucking those, like, weird, like, touristy public bathrooms where the glass is one way so you can see out into the, like, the big public avenue around you, but nobody can see in, or something like that? I've seen videos on that. Like, you take a shit and, like, everyone's walking around you, you know? Sounds horrifying. Well, if you have a public shit fetish, then it's actually quite rewarding. Stop! been with a trans man? Yes, I have been with several trans men. How do you get to the chest anyway? We're getting there. Or a beach where nobody minds. No. Let's go back to the one-way shithouse, okay? Do you think it's important to lose your virginity to someone you really, really love? No. I mean, don't, like, rush into it because you feel obligated to. But no, I don't think that's, like, an essential part of the experience. Depends on the person. Anyway, it better than have it be one way the other way, right? Where you go in there and you're like, oh, we're finally in a private place. And, like, it's all solid walls around you. But then everyone can see in. And you just, like, awkwardly hump your girlfriend while the whole world watches. Yeah, smile at the camera. We should certainly be careful with that. Not, like... How long should sex last? As long as you want it to. Opinion on the Mile High Club? It's gotta be overrated, right? I've never fucked anyone in an airplane, but there's no way that's good sex. Holy fuck. Also, I'm, like, scared of flying. Fuck that. I don't want to have sex with anyone while I'm on a plane. I want to do what God intended, okay? Sit there and cry. Thank you. Red Mom attacks more often, but has fewer summons, as you can see. Planes are less scary than cars. Well, I have fucked in cars, albeit not when they're moving. Ooh. I'll just take this. Yeah. Is that illegal, having sex in a car? Not inherently. It depends where the car is parked, I guess. I mean, it's illegal if you're driving the car. I assume it is. What's the light do? Damages enemies that are nearby. See? I had a friend who died that way. Who died fucking in a car? That sucks. Does Roadhead count as fucking in a moving car? Base fucking. The cop will certainly see it that way, you know? Oh, they're there. It's against Roadhead. I'm sure they would be. Yeah. Don't drive distracted, folks. There are no small distractions. I lost my virginity to an escort. Based. You got a professional? That's based. What about Teslas? Wouldn't trust those either. Fucking eyeball. Eyeball bitches. Oh, stuck. Does this game not creep you out? No, I've been playing some variant of this game for like over 10 years, I think. It's not really... I'm very used to the aesthetic. Ah, I thought it'd be fucking high enough. There we go. Stop. I forgot I didn't have flying. It's all coming apart. Sure. Is there any health back here? Yes, there is. This is a tainted character. What's their gimmick? Look at this fetus we're shooting out of our pregnant belly. Blip. 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 Got my first blowjob in the very, very back of a filled school bus heading for my graduation bash. Oh, that sounds like a memorable experience. Burn! Burn in proximity to me. There we go. Okay, back up to full health. We all know that one person who sucked everyone's dick on the bus? No, actually. I don't think I've ever known anyone who sucked everyone's dick on a bus. What cars can consent? Cars can always consent to sex. Ka-chow. You wouldn't fuck a car. To lie, somebody must have sucked your dick on a bus at some point. No, I'm terribly sorry. I have never had my dick sucked on a bus. Not a car fucker. A car lover. Freddy Fly is really saving us here. Supalivinus, thank you for the very kind $15. I really appreciate that. Yeah, don't worry, I've heard of Darkwood. I've actually been a pretty strong advocate for that wonderful game on stream a few times, but I've played it off stream, never on stream. Maybe one day I will. Maybe on a higher difficulty. I only played it on normal before. Not like permadeath. Who's better at sucking dick, men or women? As a general rule, and this is very much as a general rule, people who have penises tend to be better at sucking them. Just a matter of personal experience. Just general rule. Not completely all-encompassingly true. Just generally seems to be true. There are exceptions, of course. I've known some notable pussy havers who are very talented at sucking dick. Does bottom surgery make you worse at sucking dick then? What's funnier, for me to say yes or no? Where's the funny? Just insert in your head whatever the funniest comment is, okay? No, fuck. Ah, we lost our... Can that be your reply to every question? Eventually it will be. Once the budget cuts really kick in, that's going to be every joke on this stream. Can you just imagine I said something funny in response to this Ben Shapiro tweet, guys? Can you just... Not feeling it today. If I'm getting hit every week from some random guy, am I a whore, and is that necessarily bad? There's nothing wrong with having lots of sex. And also, by random guy, do you mean a different person every week? Or do you literally mean you're just hooking up once a week with a person? If that's the case, then that's not particularly whorish. I mean, that's... Oh, I took the wrong fucking Polaroid. I took the... Okay, down we go. That's fine, we can still get an unlock. Why don't you turn on text-to-speech donos? I will next time. Fuck. No. Don't lie, Vosh. We established the Trump budget cuts are permanent for you. Budget cuts aren't coming. Ah, yes. The tax cuts, yes. Yes, they probably are permanent for me. Well, assuming I continue to make this much money. Is necrophilia morally neutral? I don't know, but starting necrophilia morality discourse is objectively immoral, so stop it. I'd go for an open relationship. God damn it. I'd go for an open relation. The fear of STDs is terrifying for me. Just get tested and hope. STDs, or STIs, I think they're called now, are like a real thing that you should be careful of and considerate about. Just keep in mind that a lot of what you were taught about them was probably kind of fear-mongering. Like, in school, a lot of the STI education was like, here's some boils on a person's dick. This will be you. You know? I'm not saying that the things can't happen, it's just... From the people I've talked to who have gotten STIs, and I haven't ever, so I'm going off their experience here. Very often getting an STI is either like a, wow, this is no big deal ever kind of thing, or oh, that cleared up in a few weeks thanks to antibiotic type of thing. That's not always, but things are better than they used to be. I mean, even HIV is pretty well managed now. Between PrEP and all the stuff that treats it, like, we kind of fucking conquered it, you know? Like Chads. Yeah, I think like 2/3 of Americans have one type of herpes, you know? We might not beat this. We didn't have high enough speed. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Frequency of herpes. Frequency of herpes. No, not outbreaks, just how many people have herpes. How many people in America? Yeah, it's estimated that in the United States, 47.8% of people aged 14 to 49 have herpes simplex virus 1. So nearly 200 million people in the United States alone may have it. But like HSV1 is like not really a big deal, I think, for a lot of people. You know? It depends on the person. I think for some people it's literally just like 1 or 2 times a year you get like a cold sore. You know? I don't know. The point that I'm getting at here is that while STDs are a real thing that you should be careful about, don't let fear rule your life. If you really want to sleep around, then there are responsible and healthy ways to do that, you know? We're so fucked. We're so fucked. It all went to shit, guys. All of our health went away. Our build started so good, but after, like, floor 1, we got, like, nothing, you know? Like, look at our items on the side. First 4 items. Stapler. Tear duct. 2020. And then after that, what did we get? Food. Food. I don't know. We got some stuff there, but it's just not... It's not the creamy. We need the creamy. Of course, if I'd played better, that would have fixed it, but... There are, of course, more serious STIs, but they're not as common. Like, you can treat chlamydia, right? Chlamydia's antibiotic thing. What about gonorrhea? What about that one? Also, yeah. Syphilis? What about syphilis? I think syphilis is still kind of bad. There's a vaccine, I believe. Interesting. What about people who can't enjoy sex without a condom? You can enjoy sex without a condom, you big baby. Just not as much. Also, you don't have to do, like, oral with a condom, like, depending on your relative propensity for risk. And, I mean, like, past that, you could, like, both get an STI test. If you... Shut up, Lamau. People should use condoms for oral. I'm sorry. I'm not... I don't play by the rules. Anyway, yeah, you should. But anyway, like, no one does. But you should. But, like, no one does. But you should. Anyway, what was I saying? Isn't there flavored condoms? Yeah, that does not make it better. Flavored condoms. God. Anyway, you should. But what I was getting at here was that you could just, you know, get an STI test. They're not generally that expensive. And then you both know. We're so dead, dude. How do we not get hit there? Well, there it is. Come on, come on, come on. Hot? Why'd you fire there? Should stealthing be considered rape, in your opinion? Sneakily taking off a condom during sex? When the person consented to sex with a condom? That's what stealthing is, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's not... I don't know what, like, types of rape are, or what that even means, but, like, that is sure as shit some kind of it, you know? That's for sure. Come on. Fuck me. We need some kind of full health. If we can find a full heal... That's okay. Okay. Well, Gimpy's a must-have here. We'll take Abaddon. Ow. Okay. It's gonna take a fucking miracle to pull this one out of our hat. Are body pillows moral? Body pillows cannot consent to sex. Oh boy. Oh. Yeah, we're pretty fucked. I had fun, but our speed is just so low. I don't know if we're gonna be able to dodge the way we need to. On Tainted Lilith, what you really need is just a metric fuck ton of damage per shot, so you can just slap-a-pap him. What is it? What now? Oh, oh god. I've heard of it, Harmon. Oh, oh god. Oh. It won't even let me get close. There you go. Oh, they're dropping hearts. Victory is at hand. Is it wrong to use dish towels as cum rags if you wash them in between? Why would you use dish towel? Why not just use, like, a paper towel or something? Why do people use socks and t-shirts and shit? Why not just use, like, a paper towel? Just hop in the damn shower and clog my drain with nut? Or just a regular towel? Why would you use something that you have to put in the wash machine? Why not just... Why would your nut be so thick that it would clog your drain? Okay, you've clearly never nut in the drain, okay? Hot water turns cum into glue. It's because of science. Oh. We're fucked. This guy's angry. Unless he's not? Unless he's just chilling? Come on. There it is. There it is. That's okay. We got some good unlocks today. We did. Yes, we did. Cursed Penny, Rotten Beggar, and Abyss. That's good. That's good. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Woo. All right. Let's read some donuts. Sake with 2 $10 donations. Baby Whip more like Yeetus the Fetus. You missed a golden opportunity. It's not Baby Whip, it's Yeetus the Fetus. Yeah, it's my bad. Well, it looks like it didn't save us anyway. JJ Sakura and TD Shum, thanks for the $5. Both. Can we have Blob Dance back? It's been gone for a while. Cat Jam is currently the replacement. Terazak, thank you for the very kind tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. And you're welcome. I do enjoy always being right, so it's really kind of a mutual benefit thing, you know? Thank you very, very much. One Shook Boy, thank you for the incredibly kind $10. I can't promise any discussions with any Jordan Peterson-esque co-workers, but if there's any interest, you can email me. Very true, Sake. Very true. Venus07, thank you for the $5. Mythos Bluefish, thank you for the 10 euros. I really appreciate that. It'll be a while before I update the doc. I've just got a lot of stuff going on in the back end. Thank you. I'll try to soon. Jimmy Carter and Andrew Bish, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I can give it a look. Matt Canary, thank you for the $5. The Vosh posting group on Facebook has gotten run over by tankies and Pepe La D's, and the admins and mods don't care. Kind of sucks. Uh-oh. Another coup. Another horrible betrayal to the anarchists. Still alive, thank you for the very kind $10. No, Jews are not considered a race by anyone. There are some Jewish ethnicities, but no, I don't think anyone considers Jews a race. They also consider Catholics and Muslims and... No, Jews are not a race. Sake, thank you for the very kind $10. Nice fucking meme. Lore Keeper, thank you for the very kind $5. That's true, it did. Occasional Doomer, thank you for the $5. No, I did not take a look at this viral tweet that was covered. What is this? Author of the mega viral thread on MAGA voters, Daryl Cooper, explains his thinking. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the context is. Looks dumb. Oh yeah, look at Artemy. Good baby. Such a good baby. Go like and retweet. All right. November, I could. The problem is I used to do that and it made every donation read segment take like 2/3 of the stream. So I have to be a little more perfunctory now. El Macho Shrigma, thanks the $2. Why did I leave Cali? I like the Pacific Northwest. I just like running up and down here. Cunty Cat and Rosamus Laza, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. What are your opinions on life extension stuff like cryonics and transhumanism? I think it's based. And have I heard of the Egyptian black agenda where some Egyptians think black people are trying to steal Egyptian history? It's an insane rabbit hole. This seems like some like super esoteric thing that probably encompasses the behavior of like 20 people, you know? But I'm sure it's very funny to dig into, you know? Like the Hotep types. El Macho Shrigma thanks the $2. Biggest badass in history. What about alive? Oh, I don't know. I don't read the type of media that would keep me informed on those questions. Red Cascadian and Power Surge, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate it. Power Surge, I've played some Final Fantasy XIV off stream. Nah. Felix Night Owl thanks the 5. Any advice on how to help me with my masculine insecurities? I'm a gay guy. Never feel manly enough for myself. Love you, man. That is... I'm sorry, I've just never really experienced any insecurity along those lines, so I don't really know what to say. Like, you don't have to be manly. That's not something you have to be. If you want to be, then that's cool. If you don't, I mean, I assume you want to be. You think it's like, I'm guessing you like take it in the ass and you're like, oh, I'm not living up to the archetypical standards of masculinity. Maybe you just need to read some like Greek Odysseal shit to appreciate the masculinity of ass plowing or something. I don't know. AJ Sakura, thank you for the very kind $5. Just want to say thank you to Bosch and the whole chat for the advice and everything. It's really cool to hear everyone's experiences, sending virtual hugs. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I like the late night streams. Hunger Master, thanks for the $3. You've probably seen this before, but this is gold. I will give it a look soon. Super Luminous, thank you again for the very kind 15. Hunger Master, $3. Also, if you're fucking raw, does ass or pussy feel better? I don't know, man. I'd say it's 50-50. It's a mood thing, okay? It's really what you're into, all right? I think the objective answer is probably pussy because assholes are only really tight around the entrance, but I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. Jotun Dotier, thank you for the very kind $15. I really appreciate that. Will you update your doc soon with the trans stuff? Yes, I will. I do not know who Ender Lilies is, or what Ender Lilies is, though, but I can give it a look. And Varia H, thank you for the $10. Recently, the DSA sent an official delegation to attend an international conference in Venezuela and got the grand tour. Many think it's awesome, but others are skeptical. What would your take be? I mean, I think it's nice that the DSA is getting involved in international affairs. The DSA is not a perfect organization, and Venezuela kind of fucking sucks, but, I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with observation, is there, you know? It's not like they're engaging in a full endorsement of the political system. Well, anyway, and either way, I love you all very much. Today's Sunday, right? Today's Sunday, yeah. I love you all very much. I hope you all had a wonderful Sunday. I'm going to go ahead and, I don't know, have another protein bar. Take care. Be kind to one another. And I will see all of you tomorrow morning. Probably not all of you, but some of you, I imagine.